Hello, hello. Let's let's start things off again. I am back. Would we have thought that? I don't know. Let's just get everything sorted here on my side of the things and go there. So how is everyone doing today? I hope you guys are good. I was here earlier today and now I'm back. I finished the octopus earlier and now we're making the finishing touches of this dress. Hello, Suzanne. Welcome in. How are you doing? So I got me some more of this elastic thread that I used on the top of the dress. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to finish it. I hope. Because I don't know if I have enough to finish the whole top part here. But I'll do my best and see if we can make it last enough to do that. How are you? Is it early for you now? Do you have any fun plans today? I went to the dentist and then I picked this up, went to the dentist, and haven't really done much. I did a live stream this morning where I made this one, this little cute octopus. Hello, David! So I made this little cute octopus, no, not octopus, jellyfish. We got a jellyfish going, a birthday present for a 4-year-old. That's gonna get that this Saturday, would be my guess. Because that's when the party is. But, you know, you never know if unexpected things happen until then. Dentist appointment went well. And I'll be back there again tomorrow. um, let's go down here, I think is a good row to start. I'm really happy about how the jellyfish turned out, and I kind of feel like I need to make more of them. It feels like I might have a slightly jealous mini-me on my hands with that one. It's a big possibility, at least, that she's gonna be jealous. So I might have to make another one for her, and maybe a few more. We'll see. I have done the really, really boring stuff, so you didn't have to see it. I have sewed in ends on this dress. So everything is sewed in except what I'm doing now. So basically, when these rows are crocheted in and these ends are taken care of, it will be finished. Which is awesome because sewing is boring, and I did it doing something fun. Well, I was watching something, and that kept me slightly entertained, I guess, so that the sewing part wasn't too bad. And now I get to do the fun stuff and hang out with you guys. So how has your day been so far? Any fun plans for the rest of the day? I have Eurovision Song Contest semi-final 1 that I want to watch in about an hour and a half. So that is my plan for the evening. And then there's the second semi-final on Thursday, and the final is on Saturday. And I'll enjoy every minute of it because it's always fun. I did have a little fun moment earlier. I had to take a print screen. Or, well, yeah, print screen, I guess. I did it on my phone, but if you are a gamer or a former gamer, you might know that 1337 has a special meaning. Mostly for gamers, I'd say. And that's exactly the amount of subscribers I had earlier today. 1337. And that is no longer the case because apparently there was a few more people that found me after that, which I really love, but I had to memorize that moment because I thought it was kind of neat that I actually got to see that. Sometimes you just see the subscriber numbers fluctuate to the point where you don't get to see specific numbers. But I got that, so I had to save it. I could go to a Stitch group at the library, but oh, you could go to a Stitch group at the library, but just started raining. Saturday is another stitching group at the different library. That sounds fun though, to hang out with some people. But rain, I get it. You don't want to go out in the rain unless you have to. I was fortunate enough to not have any rain today. It was cloudy though, but the temperature was decent. It wasn't cold. I did take the easy way out, and I did take the bus to the dentist. I could have walked both there and back home, but I did not do that. Well, yeah, I wasn't sure of how I was going to feel after going to the dentist, so. And I picked up some groceries at the store. So I took the easy way out. I did consider taking the bicycle. I was like, no, we're not doing that. That feels a bit too much. But it definitely felt okay. Like the only thing that is issues for me is the needles. So when that part was done, it was all good. I could just pretty much relax at that point. So I tried this on the other day. It really looks so much better with these I don't know, elastic thread. It is actually, well, the package I got this time, it says rubber thread. I guess that would be, quickly translated, but rubber thread does sound a little bit funky. It is elastic, but if it's rubber, I don't know. But I am really happy with how it looks. So I do recommend trying this method if you have a garment that turned out a little bit too big. Because in this case, it is the savior. And it's actually really comfortable. I did get a comment on my stream from this morning. Where did your nails go? I thought that was cute. My nails are gone. No, they're not gone. They're still here, but they're just short. Sometimes you just have to. And I am continuing to try the double streaming, like a horizontal and a vertical, because apparently YouTube seems to be liking it. My analytics is telling me that it's a good thing to do it, so I'm gonna try a few more times and see where that leads us. For funsies. For science. Do you like to do stuff for science? I like to do stuff for science. Oh, we're almost all the way around already. That was quick. I think I'm actually gonna jump a little bit further down just because. I don't think I need to do every row of this, just like where it looks good, because it doesn't need to be as fitted, or well, it is going to be fitted either way, but I like working in these little loops that I get on like every other row, so I'm gonna just work on those. There is a little bit of a difference in the height, but I think that's gonna be fine. Hello, JR. How many hours a day I'm online? Oh, I couldn't tell you, but like some of my live streams have been like 6, 8 hours. But today was just one of the days where I woke up early, had the time to hang out for a bit, and now I had some more time to hang out before I'm gonna watch Eurovision later. You gonna watch Eurovision? Are you liking Norway's entry this year? I want to say that my longest stream was 12 hours 55 minutes, I think. Or was it 13 hours 55 minutes? And sometime down the line, I aspire to do a 24-hour stream. But we haven't seen that yet. You're not into the contest? No, you go pet your chickens instead, right? I am really curious to how this Eurovision is going to turn out, because I really didn't feel like we had a chance with Bara Bada Bastu, but apparently like the betting sites are telling us that Sweden's going to win with a song that to me is just a joke. I don't even know what to think. I really don't know what to think. So I really need to see it because, yeah. What did you feed the chickens today? Did they get more corn? Or did you spoil them with something else? So I'm really, really trying to figure out what I'm gonna make as a quick birthday present for my friend that also has a birthday this week. The mother of the girl that's getting the jellyfish that I made this morning. But I can't figure something out that I can make that fast. That makes sense in a way. I don't know. It is slightly frustrating to not have a good idea of what I can do that. Yeah, I just don't know. Am I saying Swedes are just a joke? No, in this case we're actually sending Finns. We are sending a group of Finns, which makes it even more ridiculous. Then again, you're sending a Swedish song because the songwriters behind the Norwegian song is Swedish. There's Swedes all over. There's always a Swede infiltrating other countries. If it's not dancers or the songwriters, the choreographer, there's always Swedes in other countries for Eurovision. That's just a thing. That's just how it works. But then again, we are pretty good at music and Eurovision. Well, Melodifestivalen. It's just Swedes are good at some stuff at least. I'm not saying we're good at everything, but in that case we are. Or in that area, let's say. Even though we did send Norwegians. Was it a few years ago now? I don't remember. Who did we send last year? Did we send the Norwegian twins last year? Or was it the year before? I don't remember. Marcus or Martinus. It's all a blur. You love good old rock. Well, there's some rock music in Eurovision. And some other weird stuff. There's always weird stuff. Is it Estonia that is sending someone that's singing about coffee? Finland is sending a girl that in the videos looks like she's drenched in motor oil. I don't know what she's singing about. There's, well, of course, the Swedes are sending the Finns that is sauna bathing. It's just, it's all over the place. The morning news was talking to the performers, and it was surprising where each one came from and who they will represent. I don't know what Lithuania is sending. I haven't looked at everything that closely, and I guess they just didn't make a good enough impression for me to remember them so far. You know, some stuff is more rememberable at the beginning stages. Okay, so let's cut that one off. Do a little knot and then... Yeah, you go check. Let me know. Are they in the first or the second semifinal? So if I do that, let's see, we did 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I do 1, 2, 3, I'm gonna have enough of this. I should have enough of this thread to be able to finish the whole top. It's shit. That was quick. That was really quick. Well, at least it's not what Estonia's. Is it Tommy Cash? Tommy Cash singing about espresso macchiato or yeah, coffee. He's singing about coffee. Um, I didn't think. You don't watch the Eurovision crap? I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna do this and poke around a bit. Because why not? Let's do that. I've been told that I should tell people that I'm live because I haven't done that as much as I should have, so maybe I should have done that, and now I will. Because why not? And then no one can blame me for not saying anything. Okay. I'm copying my own link and sharing myself in different places. Because I forgot to do that. Just poking around a little bit. See? I managed to wake Tam up, and I see Barbara. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? Good to see you. Did you have a good day? I do have sharing Quake chat. Oh, you can do that. I don't know if they want to come and hang out with me. They scare me a bit. Well, I didn't wake you up. I messaged you. But I don't know what you were doing. Maybe you were sleeping. So I do have two live streams going, one vertical and one horizontal. So two different chats. I might be talking to people you don't see because they are in the other chat. Just so you know. But do feel free to find both of them through my page and give me some thumbs up. I would appreciate that very, very much. Are you cleaning out your hard drive? So, JR, why wouldn't I be scared? We got Beardy. Beardy is weird. We already know that. And all the other people, I don't know how scary they can be. It just feels like crochet in the Quake chat isn't. I don't know. It it doesn't really fit in. In the Discord, there is some stuff in the general chat, but generally speaking, yeah, crochet and lava isn't. I guess if I was working on the lava poncho, it would have been making more sense than this. Yeah, I don't think that they're that scary. Just, it feels a little bit awkward sometimes to share myself out in other places. I share myself out in my own places, like my Discord, my Facebook group, or just poke people directly, but I'm just not good at sharing myself out. It feels weird. It's like the typical how I grew up where Swedes don't brag, Swedes don't, that's just how we do. We just exist. We're not better than anyone else, so I guess that's a part of the mentality that makes me not share myself out or talk about my stuff that much. Unless you've already found me, then I talk a lot about myself. Maybe too much. But you guys seem to like it, otherwise you probably would have ran away by now, right? So, I am not that scary, I'd say. Damn. Like and subscribe, leave a comment, and hit the heart button, or you'll send the Vikings over to sort you out. Oh, that was funny. Are we threatening people with the Vikings now just because Scandinavian stuff? Yep. Okay. Okay. The Vikings. The Vikings might come and haunt you. Beware. I don't have that many Vikings on speed dial, so I don't know exactly how I'm able to rally the troops. It's gonna be so much fun to get this dress finished. Like, I just want to wear it. It's crazy, but it really turned out good. When I tried it, it's like, yeah, I don't want to take it off, but it's not finished. I need more of this elastic. I was gonna go get some more elastic yesterday, but the store, the fabric store here in town was actually closed yesterday. So that was a little bit annoying. So I couldn't do that. I had to wait for today. Then again, it was pretty much next door to the dentist, so I just went there and got it before my appointment. So I didn't have to run across town or anything silly. The dentist appointment was fine. Like the issue I have is needles. And not that I'm scared of needles, it's because they hurt a lot. And I don't know what's so special about me that makes all needles hurt all the time. Like just a little poke in my fingertip hurts like crazy for hours. And if you want to draw blood from my arm, I can't bend the arm for the rest of the day because it's just painful. So that's the part I don't look forward to. But as soon as the numbing started to kick in, I didn't feel a thing at all. Like I could feel that they were there doing something, but no pain at all. So the dentist appointment, once that little hurdle was taken care of, it was all good. So it's all good. They actually sorted the 3 teeth out today. Last time it was 2. Tomorrow I think the plan is 3. Yeah. It is a possibility of a total of 3 root canals, which is awesome. Yay, not. Um, Hopefully not, but 2 of them are on schedule for tomorrow. If they can save them without root canals, that would be great, which I hope is the case. So, yeah. I have been to Norway a few times as a kid. My dad used to go, not every summer, but a few summers. We went to watch offshore boat races with huge boats. I want to say I was in Bergen once. I did go down the, oh, they call it Trollstigen here. It's a really fun road down the mountains that's like really hairpins and stuff. I think Stacy would love to be here now. I can do some story times about my trips to Norway. She can always catch up on that later. Have I seen what's happening by Grimsey? No, I have not. What have I missed? What have I missed? Probably a lot of things. A couple of thousands of quakes? That's a lot of quakes. What's going on? Do we have a theory? Direct intrusion? When did that start? Tam, you did not cause thousands of quakes by Grimsey by falling out of bed, but nice one. An underwater eruption soon. That would be cool. So all my trips to Norway as a kid was to go and watch the offshore boats mainly. I don't remember if we did go and watch the boats the time when it was me, my dad, and my uncle. I do remember my uncle throwing snowballs at me, and I was not happy about that. We must have been up in the mountains because we did that in the summer, so somewhere there was still snow, so that must have been up in the mountains. And the pictures I have seen tells me that I was like 5, 6 possibly for that trip, but I know that there's snowballs involved for that. And did Squiddy push you out of bed? Evil Squiddy. 16 hours ago, 1,000 quakes in 16 hours, 4.7. That sounds like there's some type of fun going on underneath. For sure. I think the Norway trip I remember most from is the year where it was me, my dad, his best friend, and well, my dad's then girlfriend, and we were going in my dad's friend's car, like a big, was it a Chevy Tahoe, I want to say. Um, there was a lot of things that happened during that trip that I remember. I got to sleep in the trunk, like even though there was couches in the car, they just tucked me down on top of all the groceries and stuff in the trunk. So I was laying on top of everything, like there was cooling bags and whatnot. I don't know why that happened, but I know I slept there while driving. Um, we did end up in like a camping site in the middle of the night, and they didn't have any room, like they didn't have any place to stay. But then they realized that, there was a kid and my dad's girlfriend was kind of good looking. So they're like, yeah, well, we have this um, trailer. The owner's gonna be there in like 3 days. So if you only need it for a few nights, you can use it until then. But yeah, we normally don't do this. But since you've traveled that far, and well, I don't know. I guess someone charmed them, or they felt sorry for the little blonde kid and the quite so good looking girlfriend. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me at all if that was the case. This is sometime during the 90s, so yeah. I think that's also the trip where my dad's friend almost got in trouble because he was using a light that isn't really allowed. You know, the type of um, I don't know if you guys have that, but the police have detachable siren or like the lights. It's the lights, not the sirens, but they have the ones that the like if you have non-painted police car, they have the lights that they can put on top of the roof if they have to, get out for an emergency. And my dad's friend had one of those in a color that wasn't allowed. So we got pulled over by police. That one was confiscated. He did get to um, get the light back from the police station the day after, and he got a ticket. But he got it back without the glass because the glass was not a color or a shade that was allowed. So that he only got the base with the light in it and not the glass cover. I want to say it was blue. So I totally get that because that could be impersonating a police car or something. Yeah, I want to say it was blue. If it had been orange, I don't think it would have been a problem because orange is okay for vehicles here as like a construction worker or like a farmer. Like there's plenty of valid reasons to use orange light in Sweden. But I don't know if that's the case in Norway, but um, he did get in trouble. He got a ticket, but he also did get the light back without the colored part. Orange you can have, but you need a special permit. Well, maybe there's things like that as well. I don't know um, the reasoning behind it or how it works here. You might have to have a permit for that here too. Don't know. I don't remember if it was comfortable, to be honest. I slept, so it has to have been decent, would be my guess. Then again, I am the type of person that can sleep in a lot of weird places, and I could probably sleep through an earthquake or a nuclear war, some has told me, because I don't wake up for a lot of things. I just sleep. I can't fall asleep that good because that's just me, issues with sleeping. But once I finally fall asleep, you can't really wake me up instead. It's for sure an on and off switch. What's the weirdest place I've slept in? Well, I've slept in the back of a car. I've slept crocheting on a bus. I talked about that the other day, that I was actually managing to crochet in my sleep because I woke up and there was more stitches than it was before I fell asleep. So that's a weird one. Not, I don't know where I've slept that it would be the weirdest. Bathroom floor, nothing really weird about that. I bet there's a bunch of people that has fallen asleep on bathroom floors for different reasons. I, however, thought that it was really comfortable to sleep in the bathroom. So I did go and tuck myself into the bathroom or on the bathroom floor multiple times as a kid. I don't know why. Oh, no, no, no. So I don't know. I liked taking naps in the bathroom. On, I guess it was the carpet or something, or like the floor rug. But I slept there multiple times. You slept on a keyboard and woke up with buttons on your head. Oh, I fall asleep in this chair. Probably a couple of times a month, but that's just like me napping a little bit in between. I had one of those days today. I was like, I am so tired. I almost fell asleep multiple times here earlier. I might have fallen asleep. I actually don't know. But I knew it was like sleeping around 4 is not helpful. It's not a good time to sleep. I want to watch Eurovision and also, yeah, just sleeping at that time of day isn't a good thing to do. So, a little bit more to go. I am thinking, however, if I'm going to do the same spacing that I've done here, that would be that row, and that row, and that's 3 rows. So I probably should squeeze an extra row in to be a little bit more tricky. Or not tricky, but it's not as easy to find some of the other stitches. I've been taking the easy way out now on the rows of the stitches. So how about doing this row instead? Or instead as well. Where's your volcano plushie? Volcano is here. It's not erupting. But when it does, I get to flip it. I need to make another one. This one looks a little sad, I guess. Yay, Karen. Exactly. I have a Karen. Volcano. Reversible volcano. There we go. Right, this was one of the slightly trickier ways to do this. But it's all good. I can do it. So what is everyone up to? Tam got quiet. 3D printer messing around? Swallowing resin again? Squiddy stealing your attention? What's going on? David, how's things going? Are you still deciding on whether you should frog the parachute? We already know that JR's chickens are happy and fed. But what is everyone else up to? Depeche Mode song, Personal Jesus, Personal Karen. Well, yeah, I guess we could do that. Oh, right, the hard drive. That's what you said. So no resin eating today? That's good though, because I don't think that's good for your health. There's definitely better things you can eat if you're hungry. So to get the um, resin flavor out of your mouth, did you, I don't know, gurgle with Irn-Bru? Yes, I have tried on the dress, Suzanne. It is awesome. For sure, it is really, really nice. So I have even attached all the other yarn ends and dealt with that tucked away. I did have a couple of places where I switched from one cake to another, so all the yarn ends are fastened off except the ones I am creating now. Um, I did deal with the ones up here earlier, so this is from now, but all the other ends are secured. I tried it on and it actually is very comfortable. So that is really nice. I guess that's also a part of why I felt like I had to hurry and get this elastic for the rest of it. Preferred yesterday, but as I said, the store was closed yesterday, so I couldn't get it. Um, Otherwise, it would have already been finished. Because it's really comfortable. Really comfortable. And fits nicely. So Tam, what is it that you're cleaning the hardware from? Where your disk? Is it just like old videos? Or do I dare to ask? I might not want to know the answer of that question. Never mind. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Or, well, yeah. No. One of them. Ask stupid question, win stupid prizes. Possibly. Maybe. I guess I can blame JR slightly for poking me to ask that question. Or inspiring me to ask the question, I'd say. Because there was a question to Tam about making a mess. It's mostly voiceovers for the videos that taking up space. Yeah, since you've probably already used the voiceovers for your videos, I totally get that you might not need them anymore. So it makes very reasonable sense to get rid of them. You're innocent. There's plenty of us that's innocent here, in that case. Yep. I'm just as innocent as you are. Yep. We're all innocent over here. Yep. Need to keep an eye on the clock. Eurovision is only like 40 something minutes away. Not even. Even though it's just the semifinal, but I want to watch it. Because it is definitely my thing. I do like the music. I might be weird, but I like a lot of music, so. Hello, Linda. You love watching me crochet? You just learned mosaic crochet today? I'm happy to hear that. Are you doing something special mosaic? Because I know that there's just a mosaic crochet blanket crochet along started, I want to say pretty much just very, very recently by Tina from Iceland. I love her mosaic style. I taught myself mosaic with the help of her videos and patterns and things. So that is a great place to get a good sense of mosaic. And she just started another crochet along. She is working in overlay crochet, and I have a interlocking mosaic crochet project that I've been working on. So that's a different type of mosaic technique. But that's been my thing for a little bit. I haven't done mosaic in a bit. I did start on a blanket that never really turned into anything when Tina released another blanket pattern. Oh, what did she call it? It was like something islands. It's got mountains and ocean and something. I don't remember what she called it, but I did start that one, and then I realized I didn't like how I was making it, so it just ended up in a basket. I might finish it at some point or not. I just have other project that was more fun, I guess. It wasn't something that I needed to do. I just had to try, kind of. Crafty Gypsy! Hello, hello, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Yeah, I should mention again, I have both a horizontal and a vertical live stream going at the same time, so I am talking to people in two different chats. If you do not see each other, then they are in the other chat than you are. And yeah, it's just so that you can choose what type of view you prefer. But I do appreciate if you would thumb up on both sides, if you can and wants to. I do feel like most of you guys like the horizontal better, but it also feels like YouTube prefers to share the vertical one. So maybe we'll get more people coming in that way, but that, you know, Why I went for two streams? Because YouTube seems to be preferring that, and more people is finding me that way. That is pretty much the only reason that YouTube likes the vertical format. And it is what it is. Like, I'm just trying to play by whatever rule book YouTube is currently using, but they seem to be sharing the vertical stuff out a lot more. And I do see that in the analytics side, even though I get better watch hours on the horizontal because people stay longer, but the vertical one is shared out a lot more because there's a lot more people that just, even though they might not stay for long, but they do seem to be finding me that way a lot easier. So I blame YouTube. But as I said, I'm just trying to play by the book. I should make YouTube shorts. Well, I do that too sometimes. It's just, I don't know. I, I, I'm not good at doing things. It's the same thing with videos. I don't do that a lot either. I just like to sit here and talk to you guys. That's what I like the most. I enjoy it. I enjoy the company and the interactions. The horizontal is 6 seconds behind the vertical. Maybe. Very possible. Either way, it's there and it seems to be working fine. 6 seconds isn't that bad though. I've had the conversation with a couple of fellow streamers. Some do stream to like multiple platforms at the same time. Um, Twitch, Rumble, Facebook. And I do get how people think that, like, I'm streaming, so why not stream to all the platforms at the same time? Um, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't take more work out of you because you're doing it anyway, and it's just a couple of extra pushes of a button to connect all the platforms. So I do get the idea, but I don't know. I don't have all the stuff set up, and the only thing, or the only place I would probably consider streaming to at the moment, because I actually have stuff set up for it. Um, I had plans in the past that nothing really happened of it, but I could stream to Twitch, just, by the click of a button. It's already connected and done. I just don't do that. But I don't know, like, some people say that Rumble is going to be the new YouTube and take over. I have no idea about that. I've actually never heard of that platform other than from that person, so I couldn't tell. But I'm happy here. Just figured I'd try to grow the channel a bit, because that wouldn't hurt. So if I need to do some vertical for funsies, then that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, exactly. What is Rumble? We don't know. We've never heard of that. I guess it has to do something with I guess if you're monetized, you get to keep a bigger share than if you're streaming on YouTube. So therefore people use some other platforms, but hey, I don't see that as the big thing here. I'm not doing this to get rich because this is not the place to try and do stuff to get rich. For that, yeah, not the right career path in that case. What do you mean by that? On mobile you can boost? Boost what? Oh! Jellyfish fell over. I just moved my, well, I took a sip of coffee, but the jellyfish I made this morning fell over as I was drinking coffee. So yeah, if you weren't here for the stream this morning, this is what I did. A little squiggly jellyfish with pink sparkly eyes and yellow and purple tentacles to go with this little cute blue body. So I did this during the morning stream because I have a birthday party to attend this weekend and I need a birthday present for a 4-year-old. So this took me 2 hours. Well, yeah, pretty much. I did it during the stream, but I had already started a little bit up at the top, and the stream was just under 2 hours. So in total, I want to say it took 2 hours to make it. And I did get a lot of help from the chat in, picking colors, because I ran out of the blue. Otherwise, I probably would have had blue and something tentacles, but yeah, that didn't happen. The blue wasn't enough. Good though that I got to, use up some yarn. Thank you, Linda. Yeah, it is cute. For sure it's cute. I really enjoy making it. I did follow a pattern somewhat. I did use some artistic freedom. And I guess I might have been a little bit inspired by Crafty Witch, Andy, because she's been doing a lot of jellyfishes for her markets. She does have her own pattern, and I've been watching her make a couple of jellyfishes, so I don't know her pattern, and the pattern I used was not the same as hers. But maybe I did a mashup of the other pattern and some inspiration of what I've seen that she does, possibly. So she does get a little bit of, a pat on the back for inspiring me to make a jellyfish. She makes them look so simple, so I felt like, yeah, that's something I can whip up in a day, and I have a birthday present for your 4-year-old that's going to be really happy. I have done some bunny to that girl before, and that's 8/4 thin cotton yarn. It's a really small bunny, but she didn't have anything in this chenille type of plush yarn, so it felt like that was the way to go for this birthday. I want to say I did a sun bunny for her and her brother last year. I think, yeah, last year I want to say that they got a bunny each. And now she gets a jellyfish. I have to figure out what her brother's gonna get, but his birthday is still a few weeks away. Both of them have blankets, so. And they're a bit too big for blankets as well. Well, for new ones at least, like the baby blanket style I do. I'm not in the mood to make humongous blankets for children. That is more of a thing that I do for adults, like big blankets. I have done that. A big blanket for my mom, for my stepdad, for my brother, for my big kid, for myself. But not really for small kids. Doesn't feel like big blankets is needed for that. They get to wait a few years for larger blankets. Okay, so that is another 2 rows. Little knots. And now it's pretty much 2 more rows and finished, is what it looks like. And then I have to tuck away the ends though, but I'm finishing this one today. No doubt about that. Because I don't think I'm going to run out of the thread either. What did I say I have? 1, 2, 3. And then I did 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I have exactly that and then some I should have. Because I have the same amount on this. It was 20 meters on the other one, and this said it was 20 meters. So I should have the same amount. Just need to keep these out of the way. Ooh, I showed my new stitch markers this morning. I haven't used them now because I haven't needed to. But I got some new stitch markers. Aren't these ones really cute? They're kitty cats. But these are stitch markers that you don't close. You just slide them on and then you can slide them off. Which is really nice because, well, I don't know if I can do that there easily, but I was using it when I was working on this. So, just finding the stitch you needed to, slide it in, and it's there to mark it. And when you're done, you just slide it out. So I really enjoyed working with these, and they're really thick, good quality metal kitty cats. I had never used that type before, but I'm happy I got them. So what are you doing, Linda? Are you doing something fun? Do you have any fun plans, or did you do something fun today? I might need to enlist help of someone to get some good pictures to model this dress because I'm not good at taking pictures by myself. So I might have to call a friend so you guys get to see how this dress actually looks, not just on the table here. If I dare to do that. Yeah, I dare. I'm not scared. You're working on the mosaic swatch. What pattern are you using? Are you just like trying the technique, or is it a specific pattern that you want to do and you're just swatching for it? You don't think it's gonna fit you to model? Yeah, don't worry. I would only need someone to take pictures. I would wear the dress. So yeah, you wouldn't have to wear it. It's fine. However, it would be hilarious. You'll help me? I'm not surprised that you'd say that. Oh, sorry, you guys. I wasn't intending to bump you, but apparently I did. I thought I had you guys set up in a safe distance, but it wasn't safe enough when I needed to scratch my nose. Clearly. Oh, come on now. Please, pretty stitches. Work your magic. But don't worry, Linda, if you don't have the pattern name available, you just don't, yeah, don't worry. It's just me being a little bit curious if it's one I've made or not. I've done a couple of Tina's patterns. Havana, Queen, whatever the islands she recently released. I've done some of the Amma squares. Yeah, you're doing Havana. Okay. Yeah, that's the one she's... I don't know what she did differently with this one, because she already had a Havana crochet along before, and now she's doing a Havana 2.0 or something. I don't know what the difference is between then and now. I would have preferred a different one, because I've already done a Havana, so I didn't feel like that was a crochet along I'm missing anything out on by not doing. She is such a good mosaic designer. I definitely would have expected her to create a new pattern for a new crochet along and not just take an old one, because she has done that in the past. Just create new patterns. Well, I can totally get it that it's fun to do a crochet along for something that you haven't done before. I would if I had less of other things I want to do, I probably could have jumped on the train of making another of her crochet alongs, even though it's a pattern that I've already done, just because I like it to, crochet alongs and mosaic. It's fun. Um, but at the same time, I have so many other ideas and projects. So it didn't feel like I wouldn't say worth my time, but I can't prioritize something that, yeah, no, not at the moment. Hello, May! Good to see you. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. No, this is a dress for me. This is a dress for me, and I did try it on, and it fits awesome. I just needed more of the elastic thread so that I could finish it, which I will be doing now. I'm good. I was live this morning. Let me show you what I did. I bet most of you guys were sleeping, but I did a jellyfish. It's a birthday present for a 4-year-old. I'm going to a birthday party on Saturday. I still need to figure out something to make for her mother, because the 4-year-old's birthday is tomorrow and the mother's birthday is Friday. But yeah, if you want to see how I did this one, you can always rewatch the live stream from this morning. It was really fun. I need to make more jellyfishes. It was fun. Pink sparkly eye. The yellow actually has like little shiny flecks in it. It does show better on the darker yarns. That has the same effect. It's Honey Bunny Shine. I don't know, can you see the sparkly? It's slightly shimmery. And yeah, then we have the Honey Bunny Candy. But I ran out of the blue, so there was no blue for the tentacles. But mother needs something, I don't know what. It is soft. It's really nice and squishy. But now I need to finish my dress because reasons. It's my dress, right? The yellowish poncho I'm working on. Yeah, the lava poncho is a type of mosaic, but it's an interlocking mosaic technique. My lava poncho. It is a different type of mosaic. The Tina mosaic is overlay. Yeah, overlay crochet or mosaic crochet. So it's different, but yeah, it's still a mosaic crochet technique. You know what, guys? I'm gonna try and do something. And I know I can, so I will. Because. Okay. Yeah, the other technique isn't as, I don't want to say it's not popular or famous or such, but I haven't found as many people doing that technique, so there's not as many like good tutorials and patterns out there as far as I've found. Nothing wrong about that. It's just a little trickier in a way since there's not a lot of them available. But I'm enjoying it for sure. But it's far easier to find the overlay stuff. Thank you, May. Thumbs up is really appreciated. We know YouTube likes that. Just like YouTube seems to be liking that you use the reactions little button next to the chat, their little heart. That is also very helpful. If you haven't heard that before, now you know. Exactly that one. I see some hearts flying across my screen. I didn't know it actually helped as much as it does, but it does. It was you. Well, I appreciate it very much. So I'm on the final row now, you guys. This will be the final row of this elastics. Then I'll have some ends to take care of, and the dress will be finished. Which is great. Just great. I need to remember to have something to eat later because I haven't had dinner yet. It's almost 9 p.m. and I forgot about dinner. Eventually I'll remember because eventually I'll get hungry. So I don't have to worry too much. But what did you guys have for dinner? Any suggestions or lunch perhaps to what I could make for dinner? Give me some inspiration, please. Food. Well, that is helpful. Very helpful. Food. Well, I did have corn with my lunch. I had taco leftovers with corn. So I ate what your chickens ate. I stole corn from your chickens. No, I think they stole corn from me. It was mine first. You had cereal with milk for brunch. You only eat twice a day, with maybe 2 snacks during the day. Well, cereals and milk is great. I most often only eat 2 times a day as well. I am not the breakfasty type of person, but a cup of coffee in the morning, yes, please, thank you. At least to make me, fairly good company again. Before the coffee, I might not be the most pleasant person to hang out with. Katrine! The dental visit was good. So 3 more teethies fixed today. Tomorrow I'll be back again. And fingers crossed, you guys, because tomorrow is going to be a hard one. 2 of the teeth are big risk that they need root canals, but they're going to try and avoid it and see if they can fix it without. So there's that. So I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. Um, it's going to be way worse than today. Today was actually pretty pleasant as soon as the numbing stuff was over and done with, because that's always the worst part. But how are you doing, Katrine? What are you up to? And give me some suggestions. I haven't had dinner. What should I eat? You're good with food. I had taco leftovers for lunch. It was probably more like a taco salad with a bowl of nacho chips, but yeah, I did eat. something. I just don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner. And how many kittens did we end up with? Thank you so much. We need to know. Kitties. How many kitties? So if you missed out, Katrina's fostering kittens or cats. Then there was a cat that was pregnant, and now we have kitties. She wasn't expecting them just yet, but it was a Mother's Day surprise. I want to say we had 3, and then Mama Cat took a nap. Thai green curry. That sounds good. Do you have the making for a Greek salad with chicken or shrimp? I don't think I have that much salad left. I do have stuff to make tzatziki. And I probably have some bread, so I could do bread and tzatziki and salmon, maybe? Could go good with that. Salmon and broccoli. I have chicken, but I'd have to thaw it out, and it takes time. I guess I could air fry frozen chicken. I haven't tried that, have I? No, I don't think I have. Can you air fry frozen chicken other than nuggets? I've done that with nuggets, but to actually make the chicken good though. 3 new fur babies. They seem very happy on the kitty couch you made. Oh, that's cute. So we did get just the 3. Going to the dentist doesn't bother you. You have a wonderful dentist for 41 years, but you don't like root canals. Yeah, no, I don't really mind the dentist part. It's just that the needles are so painful for me. Like any needles. Which is really weird, because tattoos I can do. I don't know why, but tattoos doesn't hurt me as much as, needles for other reasons. I don't know if it has to do with the depth the needle has to go in or what it is, but something. Something. So this is what I was gonna do. I was gonna do this and this, and I need to make sure that that one is low, and hopefully you can't hear any weird feedback for some reason, because yeah, you shouldn't have to deal with that. I don't think you can hear it. If you can hear it, then I need to turn it down for probably copyright reasons, but I already said it. I need to watch Eurovision, and so I will do, but I'll be hanging out with you at the same time, so that's gonna be in my ear, and I'll still hang out, because I can do multiple things at a time. I can crochet, I can talk, and I can watch Eurovision at the same time. So that's what I'm doing. Semifinal 1, I want to say Sweden is in the semifinal as number 6. I think that's what I heard on the radio this morning. Yeah, I was really well numbed up. I did get some numbing spray before she took the needle, but it still hurt because that isn't 100%. No odd sounds on your end. Great. I have on occasion been told, not necessarily here, more when I've been using Discord, that whatever I'm listening to is being picked up somehow and being, you know, whoever I'm talking to on the other side can hear what I'm listening to, which I don't really care if I'm just talking to someone on Discord. But here, copyright issues and whatnot, we don't want that. I want to avoid that if I can, because that's just unnecessary. Yeah. Okay, so I have done this now. Now I only need to sew a little bit. And you might think I'm overdoing things. I don't know how many knots I'm doing with this. I'm just how I am. You're probably gonna laugh at me for this part too. But now I'm overdoing it, as always. Oh, you move over there. And I don't know if this is, the best way of doing this or if it's a good way of doing it, or, it's just how I did it. And I'm gonna do the same again. Because it is elastic. I don't want it to, hinder itself. So what I did, I'm just going kind of around these loops. I'm picking up almost like you do a front loop or a back loop, and just go around for a bunch of stitches to get some of the yarn tail tucked away. And what I want to do with this is save a part of the tail in case it would loosen up somehow. Maybe I can save it if I have a little bit of yarn tail to reuse as sewing part. So I have a bit there, and making sure that it's stretched out so it's not interfering with anything. Leaving that, then I'm taking the next one. And I'm gonna do the same, but I'm gonna use another of the loops. So I used one of the loops here, and now I'm just gonna find the opposite. So let's say I used the front loops for one, I'm now using the back loops, or however you want to name them. Since I'm working them from the side, I don't really think about it, but just working the other loop leg up somehow. I'm happy if I can inspire you guys to do something new. I'm not saying I'm doing right or anything really. I'm just doing what makes sense and feels secure in a way. I am definitely, rather overdo it now than have to redo it later. So I'm just gonna go up to about the same part where I did the first one, and then make sure to stretch it out so it's not hindering itself. And then I'll just take these two yarn ends and do some more knots, because security reasons. I'm probably gonna, I don't know, I'll do a few first, because I don't want this part to like shrink together. So now I've done a few. Now I can make a few more tight, because if I make them really tight to start with, it feels like I would kind of pull this together a little bit. But I feel like this is all tight and snug and whatnot. So now I can get rid of that part. So you do see where I have done the sewing, because it is a little thicker, but not by much. I just have to redo it twice. No, 3 times more on these ones. Thanks so much for hanging out, May. You have fun. I have no idea how long I'm gonna be here. Who knows? After I finish this one, I might just pick up something else. depends on how much I feel like Eurovision is taking my attention. We shall see. Since it is only the semi-final, I don't feel like I have to focus that much, but it's still interesting to see what's going on. Oh, come on now. Get through the stitches. Yes, please, thank you. And yeah, I'm gonna do exactly like I did. Just I probably should have used not a sharp needle with a blunt needle tip. I probably would not have to. I'm not worrying, but like I'm getting stuck in the yarn or the stitches a little bit. It's like poking through the fabric or the fibers. With a blunt one, I would probably not have the same issue, but I do like these needles, so these are some of my favorite for sewing. There we go. We have one. Oh, come on now. And the other one. So am I the only one that is interested in Eurovision? I don't know. Katrine, are you working? Or are you home and trying to stay out of trouble? And there we go. Now I have gone all the way up so that I can make this little cute knot again. Oh, cute. Knots on knots on knots. Fairly simple. And there we go. And 2 more to go. You've been watching every so often. You're home until 6. Ooh. So working after that. Oh, come on now. Should I try the other needles? The ones that's not... Because I have these. They're sharp. But I also have the same... But they are a little bit bigger, but they're not as sharp. I'll try one of those. I usually don't use these. Because I feel like they're a little bit bigger or thicker. But for this purpose, I think it's fine. But yeah, I definitely work with more thinner yarns. And thinner yarns and a big needle just doesn't make sense. Hello, Winsome Cat. Hello again. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Are you keeping an eye on what's going on in Eurovision tonight? I'm watching Eurovision. And I don't know what country is on now, but I want to say I've heard the song. And I kind of like it. Iceland. Iceland, yes, okay. I can't say that it's the best thing I've ever heard, but I am digging Iceland, and I probably would have a lot of people disagreeing with me. But it would definitely fit in my cleaning around the place house list. Or, yeah, that playlist of cleaning music. For sure. Yeah, I could listen to this any time of the day. But it's got a good beat. Like, I have no idea what they're singing about. They're singing in Icelandic. A short work day. Miss G's daughter has come to visit, so you drop off dinner and set up the guest room. What's for dinner? Are you spoiling her with something? Are you still on South American foods? Oh, maybe I did this a little bit longer than I needed to do. Oh well. You have some old tapestry needle that work very well for thinner yarn tails. That is nice. I probably have a bunch of different needles I could try, but yeah, I definitely feel like this was the right choice to switch to um, for this. That it's not a sharp one, because it just um, works a lot better. The last decent Eurovision song was Hard Rock Hallelujah. If you say so. They were good though. I can't disagree. You've been cleaning to 1940s big band music lately. I don't think that would be what I would use as a go-to for cleaning, but I definitely can see that there's some dance potential for different type of dancing. Dancing with the trunk dragon to 90s, 40s, yeah. Oh, and the trunk dragon is the vacuum cleaner. Just me being silly. But it's a trunk dragon. Now we have Poland. What does Poland have to show in this year's Eurovision? I like the clothes. Not sure what I think about the song so far, but I like the clothes and the staging. It definitely speaks to the darker side. You like Lulu? Your lovely horse, Father Ted. Is that a song? Don't think I've heard that one. Stir-fried beef with broccoli, snow peas, and broccoli, egg rolls, egg drop soup, and crab puffs. That is a lot of food. But yeah, you said her daughter is here also, so I'm assuming they will be sharing that feast. Sounds really good though. I'm not sure about the egg stuff. Like egg rolls, possibly, but the soup, that's scary stuff, and not really my thing. But yeah, me and eggs is just not the best of friends. It's yeah. Yeah, no, this song wasn't good. Yeah. Very meh. But you guys, I'm almost finished. We're like almost there. Come on now. It'll take you about 30 minutes to cook it up at her house since everything is prepped and ready to cook. That is good though. You are efficient since you're doing some of that at home. So are you making the same for yourself as well? Or are you gonna have something else? There we go. I have officially finished this dress. That's that's the last of it. That was the last thing I had to cut off. It is finished. How do we celebrate this? I don't know. You have plenty of leftovers? That is good. You made it mint ice cream for fun? Yummy. Okay, let's switch this inside out to outside in, and you guys can get a better look if you haven't seen it before. See? So we have this very stretchy top part, and then I did attach the same elastic in the straps for the shoulder because they felt a little long, so they are also the same stretchy. See how this just, it looks awesome. It's all cinched together now, which is, yeah, it's really nice. And then I do have this little cute drawstring with these little cute heart-shaped beads that also matched really good in color, because that's what my initial plan was, to have this just cinch around the waist. But since it felt like it was too big up top, I had to do something. So the first plan was just to put some elastic up here, but now we do have elastic all through this top part, like bust part. And then this string, as well as the one string I have for the shoulders, actually the same as the bottom of the dress. So we started with a cake that has this tealy color that changes into a darker pink. You see that there's a darker pink before it goes into this more like salmon-y color. And then I did have some extra just solid cake of this color to make it longer. And then it ends with this like little scalloped edge. So this is all the way down, just this last color, and that's the edge. It is very comfy. It's really nice and soft and drapey. The yarn is, let me get the stats of the yarn. 55% cotton, 45% acrylic, and the first cake is 1,000 meters. That's 1,093 yards. And did I use 2 or 3 smaller cakes of the solid color? And those are 100 grams, 3.5 ounces, 400 meters. That's 437 yards. So I don't know exactly how much I used for this. 2 or 3. Now I don't remember how many yarn tails I had to tuck away. But this is as much as I have left of the last cake I used of those. This is not the exact same, but this is the same size as the little solid cakes. But it's finished. And it's really nice and drapey and soft. So, but it definitely looks like it's just, yeah, you could buy a dress like this, even though it's not as nicely finished on the inside, but definitely something like this could yeah, it's not a weird thing to buy something like this. So there's that. I have some sundresses with this type of like elastic over the bust. So yeah. But what to do now? Where is my... Over there. That's far away. Let's get the lava poncho out. Oh, and this is how much I still have left of this. So I have some more of this elastic, which is great for a future project. Let's see, can I just tuck this away underneath? Maybe. Okay, there. Oh, things falling all over the place. There you are, Linda. The mosaic poncho. The other type of mosaic, the interlocking. So with this I only do double crochets, but I'm also only working the same color into the same color. Where is the wrong hook size? Right hook size. Oh well. A bit. Let's get comfy. So, yeah, you do single crochets and double crochets as you work on the overlay mosaic. And what I am doing here with this interlocking or intermeshing crochet or mosaic, I am working into the same color. So I'm working this dark gray into the gray stitch below. I'm not working around the stitch. I'm either working in front of or behind. So I'm working two fabrics at the same time, but not together. Hello, Andy. How are you doing? So Andy, I got inspired by you. I don't know if you saw my live stream from this morning because I assumed that you were sleeping, but I did get inspired by you. I did use a pattern that is kind of similar to yours, but it's not the same as yours. But I also didn't follow the pattern. But I needed to make a birthday present for a 4-year-old for Saturday. So I made a jellyfish. Because you do jellyfishes. But mine is a bit different than yours. But yeah, you are part of the inspiration because you've made them really fast. And you've made them so that it feels like I could easily whip one up. I do have some really shiny, glittery, sparkly pink eyes. I ran out of the blue, so I had to pick some fun colors. So I have this yellow that actually has a little bit of shiny flecks in it. It's a Honey Bunny Shine. It does show better with the sparkly on the darker of these ones. But yeah, there's some shiny, tiny shiny bits in this. And then these ones are Honey Bunny Candy, the blue and the purple. So yeah, you inspired that one. So you get credit for that. Hello, oddballs. How are you doing? Good to see you. I want to say that I have some of the... Yeah, I have the Honey Bunny Shine in this dark version. And here you can definitely see the shiny way better than in the yellow. But it's the same yarn, different color. On the darker ones you really see it. I probably could have used your pattern if I just paid attention a little bit, or like, yeah. I don't know your stitch count and whatnot, so I just had to do something. And the pattern I followed, I don't know, it might be similar to what you do. But yeah, I am pretty good today. I am currently watching Eurovision on one eye, more kind of ish listening, because I need to pay attention a little bit, because I love Eurovision, but I want to hang out with you guys, so I'm doing that at the same time as well. Oh, cheers! I guess the jellyfish eye decided to hang out with my glass over there. Um, but yeah, I had a pretty good day. I went to the dentist. That's fun. And I did get enough elastic to finish the dress. So we just finished the dress. So now I was jumping over to hang out and play a little bit with my mosaic poncho for a little bit. But I need to get some good ideas for what I could do. I did the jellyfish as a birthday present for a 4-year-old. Her birthday is tomorrow. The birthday party is on Saturday, but her mother's birthday is on Friday. So I need to whip something up for a mom in mid-30s that already has a bunch of shawls that I made, and I need to be able to make it, well, in time for Saturday. And I don't know what to do. I did get suggestion this morning to make flowers, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that in that time because I have barely made flowers, so I don't have a good like go-to pattern for that. Um, and I don't really know what to do. So there's that. And also I went to the dentist today. I'm going to the dentist tomorrow. I have a meeting on Thursday, and I have some other things I need to do on Thursday and another dentist appointment on Friday. So I'm a bit limited on time for this project that I need to do, and it's not helping that I don't know what the project should be. Yeah. So there's that. It's yeah, not very helpful. You finally moved into your new yarn room. That needs to be celebrated. I really like that for you. You made a set of microwavable bowl cozies for your mother-in-law for Mother's Day. She loved them. Microwavable though? I'm not sure how. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to put fabric in the microwave. Is that how you use those cozies? Because to me, it would be like, okay, you take the bowl out and put it in there instead of putting it on top of something else to cover, or yeah. But maybe that's how you do? It did give me an idea though, but I'm not sure if it's the best idea. But I could do, I did make, like a kind of a holder, or cover for ice cream, packages, like the Ben and Jerry's, that size. Because I know she loves ice cream, but I'm not sure she's a Ben and Jerry's type of person. Because those are a little bit expensive, and she eats quite a lot of ice cream, so I would assume she buys other types of ice cream, like bigger bulks, because that's cheaper. So I'm not sure she would need one of those, because I don't know if that's the size that would be. Christy McCraw Thornhill, welcome as a new subscriber. Thank you very much. Hello, ABD. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Are you still busy working? Yeah, you should be working at this time. Hope you're having a good day at work. Hello, Dreamy. How are you doing? Good to see you. So yeah, just I don't know who's all in what chat at the moment, but I have two live streams going at the same time. One vertical and one horizontal. So if I'm talking to someone and you don't see them in the chat, they might be in the other chat. Just so you know. But it's working out really good, these multiple stream things, because, well, I think most of you wants to hang out in the horizontal. So the chat there is where people seems to be. But I do see that the YouTube is preferring me to use the vertical one. So we're finding new friends through the vertical. Bookmarkers? Yeah, no, she's not a reader. It would be a good suggestion though. Water bottle holder? Well, I think that we could probably whip up one of those that I made for the ice cream. I have it here so you can see it, but I probably would do some different stuff to it. Because I realized that I didn't like it how it turned out in some ways, but this fits a Ben and Jerry's. The size we have here, I have no idea if the sizes are different in different places, but the size we have here is this size. So I could do something like this for her. We just need to rummage through my cotton stash, because this I could do that with you guys now. Cup cozy? I don't know what cup she's using though. So I couldn't make one that fits. Hello, Christy! I saw that you joined. Welcome. How are you doing? Are you a crocheter? And if so, what are you working on? Where are you from? Most cups here are standard size. Well, yeah, we don't have a standard size, I guess. There's plenty of different ones, different shapes, and I also don't know, you know, with ear, without ear. Yeah, because I have plenty of different ones, so I don't remember. You're in Canada? Well, my coffee cup is not a coffee cup per se. It is this big thermos thing that has, well, I put one hand there and I put the other hand above it, and I still probably could fit a third hand on it. That's how big my coffee mug is. Because I like coffee. House slippers is another fast makes. That wouldn't be a fast make for me though. I don't know how fast I could do that. That's the tricky thing. Like, I don't do a lot of things, so I don't have a go-to pattern, and therefore I also don't know how long it's gonna take to make that. I probably could do something, I just don't have a pattern. You crochet and knit. Puppy lovey for your new nephew. You're from Mississippi. I don't know if we have any Mississippi people here that frequents often. Do we have any other people from Mississippi? ABD is from Missouri. Katrine's from Texas. Well, in Oddball's Canada. Then there's a bunch of people from the UK. But Mississippi? Do I know anyone from Mississippi? I don't know, actually. Dreeny's in Alabama. Colorado. Yeah, no, that's also not Mississippi. It's really cool though how YouTube is bringing people together from so many places. I am in Sweden, So I'm way, way far away from everyone else. Oh, right, Tennessee. Right. Did I say Missouri? That's Jessica. Jessica's in Missouri. But you're close. You're like really close. But just hop, skip, and a jump. Pretty much. Or at least it looks close on the map. But distances for you guys, it's way different than here. It is possible to drive from the north of or the north of Sweden to the south of Sweden in within 24 hours. So, yeah. I am pretty much in the middle of Sweden-ish, slightly south of the middle. To go up north for me would take, well, not the tip of the north, but I have a friend that lives really far up, and it takes about 12 hours to drive from her. When she drives to me, she only stops once to fuel her car and go use the restroom. That's it. So she does the pretty much the whole drive in 12 hours with one rest stop. She has a thermos of coffee and usually something to snack on. And then she just drives. Hello, Stine. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Yes, so I just got to the end and I will be changing color. But I was also thinking about whether I should make one of these. But we can definitely work a little bit longer on this. So what I did now is just attach the gray to the gray. And in this case, I'm ending that one on this side of the red. So I don't have to think about anything. But when I start with the gray, I have to think about whether it should be in front or behind so that it aligns with the pattern, because sometimes I have to close or fasten join in front, and sometimes I have to join in the back. So this row now I will be pushing the gray to the side when I join to the red, but some rows I have to push that one to the front just so that I get them alternating. Yeah, it might be easier to understand that as when I get to the join part, but there's some thinking, and I have missed out on the thinking part a few times, and I had to frog like the whole two rows because I messed up on the beginning or the end. But I am pretty much just alternating, working one stitch from the front, picking up the red, and then chain one, and the next one will be picking up from the back and just working into the stitch. So it is a very simple thing to do in that way. And it does create this really nice and flowy, airy fabric. I'm using 100% cotton thin Sultan cakes from Hobbii. It can take 12 hours to cross your state. It can take more than 12 hours to go all the way north of your province, except you can't exactly drive all the way up there most of the year. Only in winter on ice roads. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. You say you work into the stitch, but it does seem like a bit you're working in between the stitch. Well, I'm working into the red stitch from the previous row of red stitches, and I'm totally like ignoring the gray. So I'm not working in between. I'm working on top of the double crochet from the row below. So it's like I'm working into that row, just that I made another row in between, because I didn't make the gray row on top of the red, I made it around it. they are not connected. It's like two fillet crochet projects just woven together. So I'm still, this is a double crochet and I'm working into the double crochet, but I'm not working into the gray one. And for the next one, that one is behind over here, but I will be working in it from the front. So I'm still going, finding the top two, the top V and working into that from the front. Something that is a bit different in the center here, I have on certain rows from the front, from the front, from the front, and then I can have two from the back, just to create this pattern. So some, like as it is now, I'm alternating front, back, but there can be front, 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 or back, back, just depending on what the pattern's supposed to look like. So you can use multiple, from the front or from the back, to create different type of patterns. I guess that's how it's all worked when you do these, this technique, but want something more mixed up. This is kind of like the Apache tears or like the Havana with the zigzaggy. It's just shorter zigzags. Your biggest mistake when using more than one colors, you forget to swap the yarns, you just keep stitching. Manitoba is Eastern Canada. So what time zone would that be? Would you be a part of like the Eastern time zone? What would that be? That would be 6 hours behind me if you're like as east as like the coast. Central, so I'm guessing you're like 7-8 hours behind me then. Because it's 6 hours to the east coast and 9 hours difference to the west coast from Sweden. Technically it's center, okay. But it's kind of eastern, center eastern, or eastern of center. Okay, so you are 7 hours because it's 9:45 here. So yeah, 7 hours difference. In the exact center of the continent. Yeah, not everyone could say that. That's cool. Because it's a big continent. Being in the center of that is impressive. Same time zone as Texas. And they call you Southwest? So we have Manitoba being east of center, according to people, but at the same time, Texas is west, southwest, and east. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. No, for sure, it doesn't make sense. It is actually very confusing. And it's hard to explain as well. I guess it would make more sense if, you know, looking at a map, which I don't have in front of me, but you're directly north of North Dakota, like 8 miles from the US-Canada border. Yeah, that's also a thing that I was like, there's states that has names that doesn't make sense to me. Like you know, is it North Dakota, South Dakota, and then we have the other one. Like, what's wrong with just having a Dakota? Why do we have a north and a south? It just couldn't they have figured out a name of their own? I don't know. It's confusing. Looking at the map makes it even more confusing. Okay, maybe I should avoid that then. If you say so. But I kind of feel like one of these ice cream covers could be a thing. I just don't know how much it will be used, but she might use it more than I think because it's an ice cream person. Hmm. Can I send you a quick video tour of your yarn room? Yeah, feel free to do that. I'm not able to show it here because I haven't stuff set up for that, but if it's, for me, myself, and I really appreciate that. You could either, well, there's plenty of ways to do that. I have the Facebook group, the Discord, my Instagram, everything, well, my email as well. There's links available. Um, it's very easy, my email. It's scraptasticcrocheter@gmail.com. So as long as you can spell my channel name and then you just put the Gmail part behind it, and it's very easy. Yarn room tours are fun. They are. I agree. It's not much of a yarn room tour that you guys get here. You've seen most of the stuff behind me anyway, and it's not like things really have changed. I'm just trying to work my way through my stash. But I guess some of you have probably not seen my yarn because you're new to me or my channel, and some have probably forgot what I had because you might not even remember what you have yourself. So thank you. So there's actually a story behind this lava poncho as well. It's not just a poncho that I decided to create. There's plenty of story behind it. I have a little bit of an obsession for the volcanoes on Iceland. It is something that I keep an eye on most of the time. And whenever it erupts, because it does, there's been plenty of eruptions on Iceland the last few years. I do have my little cute volcano friend that is currently not erupting, so we have a snow-covered peak. But when it erupts, of course, we have an eruptive volcano. And for my birthday this year, I decided to purchase yarn that is volcano related or lava inspired. So we have a snow-covered mountain peak here, and that is my thought behind picking the yarn. So the white yarn cake goes from white down to grays, and you can see that it turns into darker gray. It actually turns to black because the cake that I'm working on, well, we can see them a little bit in here, but we do have some gray. Oh, I don't want to mess it up too much, but we have gray, and then it goes into black. And the other one, of course, we have yellow going to orange to red as the lava, and we have plenty of really bright red in there as well. So what we have here is lava trickling down a snow-covered mountain. And the poncho is reversible. Hello, Rosie. How are you doing today? Good to see you. So on this side we have the lava flow kind of going from the center out. That's why we have this center line here. But on the other side, we actually have, it turns into this, like there's squares instead. That's how it, yeah, that's just, you know, to get the straight line on the other side, it kind of creates these squares on the back. So I can reverse this and use which side ever I want. I want to say that I'm going to use this side most because this is the side that just makes sense to me. But it is, yeah, that's the whole story behind it. So I had earmarked the yarn for the next eruption, and the next eruption happened on April 1st. So my birthday was in February. That's when I purchased the yarn, and I just had to sit and patiently wait until April 1st before I was allowed to start this project, because I wasn't allowed to start before we saw lava, which we did. And I have come to the conclusion that I might have to get more yarn for this. I'm not fully sure yet, but it is growing. Each row I make has 4 increased corners. There is a chance that it's gonna feel small even though I'm using 2 cakes. It's about 1600 meters. But the fabric is kind of doubled up, right? And if that's the case, there is black and red solids Sultan yarns, so I have an option for that. No, the eruption was less than 24 hours. It was ridiculously weak. It really was an April Fool's joke. Yeah, I was not happy about that. I was like, I wanted to see more lava. But it was both an eruption and an intrusion. So there was plenty of lava flowing, but it was moving underneath the Earth's surface. It didn't surface all of it. You need to reorganize your yarn. You made a big donation to the local library. They started a knit and crochet class for the kids for the summer. That is awesome. That is very generous of you. I bet they appreciate that. You're happy I'm live? Yeah, I'm happy to be here too. Are you working from a pattern or did I make it up myself? I made this up myself. This is actually my first proper, you know, me doing this interlocking mosaic crochet technique. I did one swatch to try and figure out the technique, and then I did one swatch just to figure out the circumference of the neckline, to like how many stitches do I need to start the poncho. So that's all I have ever done with this technique, and then I jumped into winging my own pattern out of that. So yeah, definitely diving headfirst into this project, pretty much. But it's my own making. Andy is cozy in the scrap basket. Yeah, you be cozy in the scrap basket. I appreciate everyone. Hey, you know, if you don't have time to talk, then it's, you know, maybe you have time to talk later, right? And you did recently wake up, so I would assume that you're still kind of trying to wake up. Do you have coffee? Maybe, possibly. Company is stopping by real quick, so you get company for coffee? Is that what you're saying? You're gonna have some fika with a friend, perhaps? So for this row, the center is just, like I said, front, back, front, back. So nothing special here, but next time I go for the reds, the red will be front, front, front for 3 stitches. You wanted to be sure that they had nice yarns to work with. You also gave them some hooks and needles. Crafting needs to be encouraged. Yep, I agree to that. That is for sure a really important thing to inspire people to try. Not just for the fact of, having the tradition passed on, but also it is nice and good for people to be creative. And some people need to try different type of different type of ways to be creative before they find whatever is their thing, right? So that gives people a chance to try something new and figure out if it's for them or not. And it's great skills to have, even though they might not be as crazy as us and crochet all day every day and talk about crochet and just, yeah. But it can be handy. So I could first of all, I can turn on a light so I see what I'm doing. Where is my swatches? They were here the other day. They should be in this basket. But I also have other things in this basket. Is there anyone here that missed out on my hooker versus hooker winnings? Because then we can look at what I did and what I made to win. But I was just getting the swatches out for this. So this is what I did before I started this poncho. The library tries to have new classes every summer. Your librarians are fantastic. Sounds great. So before I started the poncho, this is my first ever try at making this interlocking or intermeshing crochet technique. So here I just tried it out. As you can see, we don't have that line in the center. That is something that I added after this swatch, because this was just me testing the technique. From here I also, counted stitches to figure out what would be a good neck circumference to, take out as the poncho. But since I don't have the stripe going down the center, we do have more of like pyramids, and it is exactly the same on the other side. The difference is that here you see that the corners are the darker color, and on the other side the corner are the yellow. So that's the only difference really, that you get the different colors of the corner. The center here is this darker color, and on the other side the center became the yellow one. So what I did from there is I figured out how many stitches I needed for this neckline. I did also figure out some stuff with starting this. As you can see here, it is kind of they're not attached together. There's like a opening if we yeah. So I just took notes about that, and when I started it I did something different. So I don't have that here. I only have a nice start. There was some extra thinking and maneuvering to get this instead of this. But it's all good. I figured it out. Here you can see the 3 in the center. but none, yeah, it's hard to explain that. But this is what I did before getting started. So this is my only, interlocking crochet ever. Um, and then what I'm doing now. You missed out on the hooker versus hooker? Oh, well, we'll look at it. It's all good. I won. That's the most important part, right? Oh, you were in the other live streams? Yes, there's two live streams going at the same time. Stina, I explained that. So I have a horizontal and a vertical live stream going at the same time. It feels like most people wants to hang out in the horizontal chat, which is awesome, but YouTube seems to want to share the vertical one out more. So we're getting more friends in through the vertical, and then they sometimes switch over to hang out in the chat on the horizontal. That's just what YouTube is preferring at the moment. Yeah, the statistics is telling me that that's what I should try and do. So that's what I've been trying. But it's yeah, I have mentioned it a few times, and I definitely need to explain it a couple of more times. I should release a pattern for it. You would buy it. You already have a yarn in mind. Yeah, the tricky part is to try and explain how I did the start, because it is that was something I had to really figure out. The rest is it a 4-row repeat? So that part wouldn't be too hard. It's to explain the beginning. That is going to be my downfall, to be honest. It might sound crazy, but that feels like that's the downfall of everything. This is what YouTube showed you first. What, the vertical one? Because that's, yeah, YouTube seems to prefer that. So I'm just trying. I have actually found a lot more new friends these last few days. I want to say this is the third time I have vertical and a horizontal going at the same time, and I can do that without having. Well, I just press a couple of extra buttons in Streamlabs, so I don't have to do anything extra. But yeah, so this is what I did. This is how I won hooker versus hooker, you guys. I had to do a floral themed accessory, and I had to use one shade of each: blue, purple, yellow, and a neutral color of my own choosing. And to get the best views of this, of course, the horizontal is showing everything, the vertical is just showing details. So I do recommend the horizontal to actually get to see stuff, to be honest, because you do see everything. But as you clearly can tell, it is very floral. It's a flower. We have some leaves even. The light color is a light ice baby blue-ish color, and then I have this dark gray as my neutral color. It is a round kind of crossbody bag. The strap is a little short for that to be a crossbody bag on me, I'd say. Mini-Me is probably going to claim this, or kind of already has. And this is... I have taken a blanket pattern and used the center of it to make this. So this is a blanket pattern by Hooked on Sunshine. I want to say Hooked on Christmas. And it is the same on both sides. So I did two of the same. You'll arm wrestle her for it. Oh, that's cute. And then I did this bag strap that goes all the way around. So I did just use the yellow and make this long chain and worked around it. And I was working back and forth on both sides. As you can tell here, there is a turning, and the same on the other one that I turned there. But to sew these two together on the front part, I did a little extra detail with this little peak, and I found a blue button that I crocheted these flower petals around, and then I used a yellow thread to all the yellow yarn to sew the button together with these two, but I also sewed it in this yellow, so it's kind of hiding the stitches. So I did all of that in one go. So I got some more blue incorporated with this button. I used mercerized, I want to say Friends Cotton 8-4, mercerized from Hobbii for this, and a 2mm crochet hook, or was it 2.2? 2 or 2.2. And happy accident. Color placement, I was thinking somewhat along the lines, like I didn't want the yellow to be too much. I just wanted that to be a little bit of accent. So there's a little bit of yellow here, the yellow in the leaves, and then the little bit of yellow here, because yellow isn't my favorite. But I figured, a little bit of yellow is needed. What we have up here, we have yellow, gray, blue, purple, and blue again. So you see this here, yellow, gray, blue, purple, blue. I did not look at this, but when I did the strap, yellow, gray, blue, purple, blue. So I did the colors in the same order here as I did from the yellow here, just by accident, which is kind of a really happy accident, I would say. It looks like I thought about it, but I didn't. Yellow, yellow, gray, gray, blue, blue, purple, purple, blue, blue. Yep, happy accident. I am happy about it, as I said. I don't do bags. I never really, I don't know. I never really thought about making bags, and this is a blanket pattern that I turned into a bag. But then again, I have done ponchos where I've taken the blanket patterns and skipped the center and used that, removed the center to make a neck hole instead, and then continued. I did that with the poncho for Rita. That was the Phoenix pattern that I didn't do the neck hole, or I didn't do the center to make that one. And now I'm making another poncho for Rita's mom, and it's the same with that. It's a blanket pattern where I am not using the center and is turning that into a poncho instead of a blanket as well. We can take a look at that, and I just need to put out there, if Rita is watching this, look away, because she doesn't want to see it. She doesn't want to have a spoiler for that, even though it's a poncho for her mother. She doesn't want to see it. So I'm just warning her that I'm going to show the poncho, and she gets to look away, and then she can come back in a bit or skip or something. But we have a blanket that doesn't have the center, and that's what it looks like so far. This is a yarn cake that goes from this very bright green to a darker green and then a foresty green, so it's going to be 3 shades of green, but we haven't gotten that far yet. So just, sometimes thinking outside the box can really do really stunning work. It might be scary to think about, like, oh, how do I take a pattern and change it into a poncho? Yeah, sometimes not all blanket patterns are suitable for this, but I do have a good collection of blankets starting with the center, working my way out. That's kind of my go-to, because I like working from the center out, because when I run out of yarn, I run out of yarn. Yes, it is kind of, it's T. Yeah, it's a T pattern. Rita, cover your ears. Moroccan mint tea. That's the pattern. So I just skipped the center. But I'll just hide it again. Because I needed to say something else about the bag. I had to think outside the box in a different way for this one as well. I had to think about outside the box to block this. I don't block all my projects. Some projects are just not, you don't need to block everything. But how do you block a round bag? I said I'm gonna do a video about this. I don't know. I keep talking about it and showing it on the streams so much, so at some point everyone's gonna have seen it already, and I might not have a reason to make a video, or maybe I will, because I should. So I had to think outside the box. How do you block something round? I use dinner plates. It's about the same size, as you can tell. It fits pretty good on this. So I took one and I put it inside, like so. And then I took another one and I flipped it and put it in like so. But that's still not good enough. There's plenty of space because this band on the side is a little bit wider, right? So what do? I folded a towel, somewhat folded towel, and I squiggled that in between the plates. So we have a big mouth, the plate mouth. And, well, of course I did it more neatly and nice and whatnot, but I did that, and then I steam blocked one side, and then I flipped it over and steam blocked the other side. You can't see? The screen is just black? I don't know. Rosie, try to refresh maybe? Am I black for everyone else? Let me know. It kind of feels like it's working on my side as well, everything. I think it works. Yeah, refresh, Rosie. So that's how I did it. I steam blocked one side at a time, and then, on the sides. But with this, yeah, thinking outside the box. So that's a tip to try different things, different methods. And dinner plates was what I had to do to make this. Well, I did block, parts of it separate, but once I put it together, I felt like some extra blocking was needed to get the shape good. You keep getting a spinny wheel of buffering, but you figured it was just you. Well, I guess that happens occasionally. My YouTube is telling me that there is something going on occasionally that might cause buffers, so that might be on my side. But no one has really mentioned anything about buffering, so I wasn't sure if that's just YouTube saying stuff or if it's actually doing that. Since we are all over the place now, I'm getting my eight cottons out, and we're gonna make an ice cream thing for the birthday gift. I can probably figure out something else to do as well, but that is a good start. So question is colors. I know what I am disliking with how I did this one, so there's adjustments to the pattern that needs to be done. Question is what yarn I should use. How about a fun yarn? That could be fun. I have this, but pink is the wrong color. Um, this is also a fun color, but I don't know if it... Yeah, those are frutas, both of them. That could be fun. But we could go for like greens or darker colors. I have this bright green. Not sure if that's the color to use. It's a very not pink person. I have this black. I could use this as an accent, like blacks and grays, for detailing. I have solid black, but that would be boring. It might have been a passing cloud. Well, anything but pink, really. We have this greenish color, another green color. So we could like do, like camouflage has been a thing in the past. Very like greenish colors. But I don't know if that's the case anymore, really. I have more of the color I use for this, but nah. We need brighter color. We need colorful colors. But pastel is wrong. It feels wrong. Purple. That is fun. Or should... I kind of feel like this could be the vibe. But this... I could make a bunch of them as well, though. That second fruit, are we talking about that one? Would that be the second one? Now that everyone kind of knows where you're at, you can say that your husband's taking you on a weekend getaway for your birthday to the coast. That sounds like a fun weekend getaway thing. But I want to say that this would be the second one that you said. Okay, you know what? We're going to do that. We're going to do that one because if we don't like it, I can always do another one. This is such a fast make, so we can for sure do that. Hook size 4 should be good. Or 3.75. 3.75. It's such a soft yarn. And it isn't as thick as the other one. I need tighter stitches. I might have to do an extra row. We'll see. We shall see. So I started this one with 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yes, okay. See, I love this, you guys. I've told you before, but I really love that we hang out and you help me with things. Because, well, in a way, you kind of gets to decide what you want to see. um, and I do like that. You get to say what you like, which is awesome. Yeah, this is like so buttery smooth. This is Pima cotton. If you don't know what Fruta is, it's Pima cotton. It's really nice and soft. Bright and happy colors, indeed. I don't know if most of the yellow is going to be hidden underneath, um, but I want to say that we're getting some yellow up the side. Um, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 11, and 12. And I'm just gonna tighten it up. I don't know if you noticed, but when I did the chain 4 and I crocheted around the chain 4, but I was also crocheting over my tail. So the tail was going alongside all the way around, which meant I could just pull it to tighten even though I had not done a magic circle. But I got the added bonus of kind of having a magic circle, as in, the pulling the strand together. It does feel way more secure with the chain 4 though. So that's another tip that I like to share. Hello, Mona! Good to see you. How are you doing? Mona, did you see me finish the jellyfish this morning? I don't know if you were here to the end, but I did finish it. And this is what it turned out to look like. Mona was here helping me pick colors. So this is what it turned out. You passed out. Well, lucky you. You came back to see the finished project since, well, it's going to move out Saturday. And if I remember to take some pictures, I might remember to share them or I might not. But at least you got to see the finished project since you were here for when I was making it. Yeah, there was some, asking chat, what colors of tentacles should we do? And Mona was a part of that. So it finished. And now I'm making this to put like ice cream, like Ben and Jerry's in it to not freeze your hands off. In this really colorful, fun yarn. So there's a bunch of you guys that has come in now, and I haven't asked. How rude of me. How are you guys? What are you doing? How's your day been? Fun plans? What have you eaten? All of this stuff. Just, yeah. I should have asked earlier. What are you up to? And do you have any fun plans for the rest of the week? Because it feels like all I do is complain. I'm not complaining, but all I have to say is I'm going to the dentist. I've been to the dentist. I'm going to the dentist. Right? So... yeah, it's... You need ice cream, Cozy? Yeah, it is nice and handy to keep your hands warm when the ice cream is cold. And this is cotton yarn, so if it gets messy, it can be washed. Not sure if I would wash it in the machine though, but definitely, rinse it off is possible. But then again, I am a little bit careful when it comes to washing anything, really. All my blankets, like, I recommend for my baby blankets to be washed in laundry bags or inside of pillowcases or something. Just because it's crocheted and has a lot of texture, there's a risk of it getting stuck and snag on other things. So just to avoid that, put stuff in laundry bags or pillowcases that has zippers or something to keep them from just tangling with something else and accidentally pull a stitch or two. But that's just another tip. Hello, Izzy. You cannot crochet or diamond art. Are you not feeling good? Are you still at the hospital, or what's going on? Let's see. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Okay. So there's that. I am kind of debating now. Even though I did downsize hook, this is thicker and more dense because this is more of a kitchen cotton. It's more rough. Should I have gone down a hook size just to get it not as drapey? I don't mind it being drapey, but I'm thinking that it should be a little denser to keep you less cold, but I'm not sure. Like I want to say that this should be fine as it is. I don't think I have to worry. Um, and size-wise, it's looking good. You have several isolated wine tumblers, and you use those as an ice cream dish. It doesn't melt as quickly, and it doesn't freeze your hand. I have another tip that I've been using um, from time to time, because I have, regular coffee mugs with the ear. Um, I've had a big one, a really big one, that actually fit a bit Ben and Jerry in it. So I had a coffee mug. I guess it might be more of a tea mug, with the handle. That worked good. I don't have that anymore because it stayed with my ex, but that's definitely also very handy that you can use that. Then you have the, a ear to hold on to. You're nibbling on garlic, butter shrimp, and rye crackers for lunch. Garlic butter shrimps. Can I have some? Yes, please. Thank you. That sounds great. Um, very much so. Are you sending some over? Or you, even better, you can send yourself over and you can spend some time in my kitchen. It, I would not mind that. Or I can come and hang out on your porch. Go down a hook size when you get to the sides. I don't know. I don't think I need to because of the texture of the sides. Um, that's the fun part with this. I have done front post, back post, and it has created this more of a well, it's a bit thicker than this part, and it's also a bit stretchy. It gets a little bit stretchier, so it can fit larger and smaller ice cream holder. Like, yeah, but we shall see. We shall see. That sounds amazing right about now. Oh, May is back. Shrimp ranchero. I don't know what that is. What type of seasoning would be making the because ranchero. I don't know what kind of spices it feels like would be involved with that. You're eating a hot dog and will soon be working on a new Hex Granny Gordy. Yarn is variegated blue, purple, pink, and a hint of pale yellow. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Well, I'm happy you're back, May. But now I'm working on this really bright yellow, so it feels like I should do that so you get to see the color better. Yes. Um, yeah. Lights does some difference for sure. When you start to lose your Crojo, which you have been lately, you switch over to some Zentangle doodle drawings and colorings. Well, that's good though. I have occasionally lost my Crojo for a little bit, but I haven't like totally stopped crocheting. I just switched between projects, but I've also like put stuff in between. Um, Jigsaw puzzling with Big Kid has been helping a little bit. But just finding a project that sparks joy is a big thing. But yeah, that yarn combination for that hexi cardigan sounds fun. It feels like we're getting some new colors pretty soon. But I don't think we're totally out of the yellow. No, there's some more yellow. One more row though, so question is, will the yellow... No, but wait. Okay, so that one looks way better. I'm actually going to redo this. We're going down a hook size. Because now it looks way bigger than the other one. And I already said it. It looks like this one is a bit loosey-goosey. So we are ripping this out. I'm gonna just save the center. What do I want instead? That was the 4. And I had 3, 7, 5. So do I want 3 or 3.5 or what? No, we're taking this one. No way. I might as well just do all of it from the beginning. And then I can show you again what I did, what I mentioned here earlier with how I work over the yarn to create a fake magic circle closing. So I did chain 4 and I'm gonna work my 12 stitches into the center at the same time as I work over the yarn tail. So the yarn tail is here, but it's also gonna be worked over. So when I have worked over that as well as into the chain 4 circle, I can pull it closed just like you do with the magic circle. Why is frogging so interesting to watch while being so frustrating to do? I don't know. You tell me. I honestly don't know. I hate when it happens, but for this, that's the only thing that made sense. So I think that was 2 more stitches. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And now closing that up, we do see that there's a little bit of a center there. It's not as much as it was, but when I flip it over, you see that I have this little yarn tail sticking out here. And when I pull that, I pull the center totally closed because I crocheted over it, just like with the magic circle. And then you just sew that in later. It is a neat trick. It saves time and it gives that awesome look you get from a magic circle, but it does feel more secure. I feel like magic circles, you know, you have to sew them in really good when you do magic circles for them to not unravel. I just overly secure stuff, and I keep saying that I do that, but that's what I do. I sew stuff extra because I hate sewing, so when I do it good. And then I don't have to worry about having to redo it. That's just my personality, I guess. doing boring stuff, at least do them properly and you don't have to do them again. Cleaning, do it good, you don't have to redo it. Well, you'll have to at some point, but when you do it, you might as well go big or go home. Yeah, rather safe than sorry. Exactly. See, I'm managing to sprinkle in some good tips here today. It's not always that I get the opportunity and actually manage to take it. But today felt like a day of not learning in that way, but I share some of my knowledge. I guess it's easier now doing like small random projects compared to when I just work on the same big thing over and over again. Smaller projects does have better potential for the little neat tricks. You frog back every mistake when you're making gifts, but you might fudge things when you do it for yourself. Mostly on cat toys. Well, cats, they're not going to be bothered if you have mistakes in them. Depending on the mistakes, I don't mind leaving mistakes. Um, I want to say it's an Irish saying that you should leave some mistakes in there because it's easier to part from projects that you know it's not perfect. Otherwise, you're going to trap a bit of your soul in it. Um, I don't know exactly the wording of the saying. It's been a while since I heard it, but I also tried to explain it so many times that all my explanations are merging into something else. But that's pretty much the gist of it. To like leave mistakes in so that your soul more easily can escape. So you're not as emotionally attached to the project and therefore just easier to part with it. If you can hide a mistake well enough that you can't see it, you won't frog it, but if it's obvious, you're gonna fix it. Hello, Rita! You're getting a lot of sleep videos now? Yes. Warning though, I have showed the poncho earlier today. So if you look back on this one, there's a little bit you might have to skip and jump. But this morning I was live and I did not talk about the poncho this morning. So the one from this morning you can watch very safely. However, I can show you what I did this morning because I made a whole project from the beginning to the end pretty much during that live stream. I'm going to a birthday party this Saturday for a 4-year-old. And of course we need something that is suitable for a 4-year-old, so I made a jellyfish. How about that? You keep several small projects for being able to finish something whenever you start a big project like a blanket. Yeah, you need some smaller things once in a while as a palette cleanser. Your son-in-law is half Irish. His grandma is Irish grandma says that you have to have at least one mistake so your soul doesn't get trapped in the stitches. Yeah, about that. You did see this morning, but you didn't say hi, or you saw it later? Maybe you saw it later, possibly, because I would assume you'd say hi if you were there. So now I'm making one of these for ice cream for like Ben and Jerry's to go with to the mom. Also, you guys see what I just realized right now? We got yellow, we got purple, we have yellow, and we might get some purple. We get matching set of ice cream cozy for mom and the octopus. They might be matching. How about that? That's a fun, happy accident. Oh, you were going to say hi, but mom needed you. Well, that's very reasonable, though. How is mom today? So, I feel like this is looking way better. But question is, size-wise, how much of a difference is it compared to the other one? We shall soon find out. I have at least one more row though. Not sleeping yet, but soon she will. It's been a busy day. Have you been home or have you been out? The weather wasn't great today, so I would assume you had pretty much the same weather because, well, we're not that far away from each other, so weather is usually not that big of a difference. Um, I hope you get some time for yourself now so you can rest and relax for a little bit and then fall asleep because sleeping is good. I am watching Eurovision at the same time, or watching. I'm listening to that. I'm talking to you guys, and yeah, Eurovision is just in my ear for a bit because I need to see if Sweden is, going from the semi to the final, which I would assume from listening to the participants of this semi-final. There's a few songs I like and there's a few songs I don't like. That's sure. Hello, Breezy. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. What are you doing? Just home but needy was the word today. So at nap time you went to bed and took a nap. You got a nap. That is good. That is great that you managed to nap while she was napping. Good for you. We are in a crazy heat wave, but the weather's nuts. Snow again on the weekend. Yeah, that's crazy. So I did spend time yesterday on the balcony. I did share some pictures, sneak peeks for my members yesterday of me hanging on my balcony. I was enjoying the sun with actually a glass of pink bubbly, crocheting, and it was bikini weather in my opinion. So there's that. That's I was working on my tan and it was like 16 degrees Celsius. But that was good enough for me. I have been waiting for the sun so much. So, yeah. Really? They so I haven't paid attention here, but they managed to get Petra Mede to be part of the Interval Act in Switzerland. So they flew her in, I guess. She is an awesome hostess, though. She's been hosting Eurovision for Sweden many times. I guess to the point where Switzerland wanted her in the Interval Act. That's awesome, though. You've got 34 degrees outside now. Yes, please, thank you. And you're gonna have snow this week, and that's even crazier. But I would love to come and hang out on your porch if you have one. 34 degrees. Yes. Yes. I would love that. Yay, we're getting some of the more peachy color here. So that's great. We're not getting all yellow. I was not worried, but it's like I don't want it to be all yellow. Yellow isn't a favorite color of mine, and I'm not sure what she thinks about yellow, but I want it to look fun and colorful, so some yellow for sure, welcome. But I want the other colors too, because that's what makes this cake so much fun, right? You have a beautiful patio? Yay! Good for you. Does it Morten Harket not host anymore? I don't know who that is. That sounds either Norwegian or Danish, though. Morten? Yeah, that's not a very Swedish name. That would be more Morten, and that would be the A with the circle above it. That would be a Swedish spelling, and that last name is also not very Swedish. That sounds very Norwegian or Danish. So let's see. Okay, so we have maybe a little bit smaller, but how much smaller? Where's the ruler? Should I go for an extra row? So we have 9.5, almost 10, and we have 8. If I go for one more row, it's gonna be too big instead. Oh, the singer from a-ha, has he been hosting? I didn't know that. And for you inches people, what do we have? We have 4 inches. And we have 3.25. If I make one more row, we're gonna overshoot it. Right? But if I make it small, are we still gonna be able to squeeze one in? I think so. It felt like the one I made was a bit on the big side though. A row of half doubles. That could do the trick. That will not give it as much height. That could be the trick. Let's do that. Let's do half doubles. And hope that looks okay. So we need to do... Question is it gonna be... I have to do back post stitches. No, I can do back post stitches in half doubles. So I need to do 3. And then increase. Maybe that's gonna make it even neater when I do the back post stitch row. See, I love you guys. That's why, yeah, you help me. When I can't think, you think for me, and then we create awesome things together. You know, it's just perfect match in a way. Tam, are you done cleaning your computer now? Do you get to do something else fun? Avoid eating resin, I hope. Your internet went down when you saw that your router had a your router had grown a playful 8-week-old kitten. Oh wow. Sometimes we just need a different set of eyes looking at it. How about a row, row, row your boat gently down the stream? Funny. Well, I want to say that this is it's gonna work either way. It has to. You're gonna go to bed and watch some more foreign films in a bit? Do you have a film in mind? A boat's name is Titanic. I do like using this really fun and bright yellow color with the black background. It feels like the colors really pop for you guys. Some colors I totally get that you might not be able to see them that well with my just black desk behind it, but this, yeah, this looks really, really nice. Perfect combination. Oh, there we go. Now you're listening while getting all cords into a protective cover. Yes, you need to have a cat safety put in place. And now they are closing the voting. So soon we will have a result of who is gonna be going to the final on Saturday. Hopefully some good songs. I have a couple of songs that I really enjoy, and well, there was a bunch of them that didn't really make an impression on me, that's for sure. Good night, Tam. You haven't got a clue. You'll find out when you wake up. Yeah, sweet dreams. And now, since I will be doing back post stitches, I will be joining this row from the behind. From the back. I have mentioned this before, that sometimes I do close my rows by not slip stitching into them. This is the stitch I want to join to. So now I have used my hook going in from the back. I'm gonna pick up the yarn that I was working on and pull it through. What I get is a more invisible join, and I will now just chain one to get a little bit of height, but now I will be working back post stitches around this row. So with the back post stitches being worked from the back, I want it to be, well, seamlessly. And if I slip stitch, there will be a little bit of a gap there, and I avoid that by joining the way I did with pulling the loop uh, through, well, from the front to the back. Um, I did mention that earlier, that I do that for certain projects. Pretty much when I see that I can do that and it makes sense, I do that. Um, I like to do that because it gets a more invisible or neat join. Um, you could really use that for anything, like any row change, really, you could do that to get it more neat. I don't do that every time, but I do it quite often. We're getting green. Wait, I didn't even see what size we got. Less than 4 inches and 9 centimeters. That's yeah, I think that's about the same size. You got a new router a few weeks ago. You thought Cedric had put the cords back in their covers. Yeah, the join is nice. That's why I like to use it. I don't remember when I came across it, but I've used it plenty since then. Um, Also, like when I finish projects, I very often just needle join um, to hide this join as well, since um, there will be, a yarn end to tuck away either way when I get to the point where I do a needle join. I might as well just do it good. Go big or go home. Do it properly. Hide it neatly. Yeah. And by needle join, I mean instead of slip stitching into this next or to join the row, I sew into that next stitch so that it kind of creates a fake stitch and make it look like there's no join, that it's just a stitch. If you're working in the round, you do a needle join. Yeah, I do needle joins when I can. Okay, like if you're working back and forth, you don't really have anywhere to join to, so it's kind of tricky. But you do see me do quite a lot of, blankets in the round, even though they're not round, they're square, but it's still working in the round, so it makes sense. Apparently, I'm reaching my goals today. My watch is, as always, counting my crochet as steps. It's silly. I'm not walking. I'm crocheting, but I'm happy that you think I'm walking because my step count is up. Even though I'm not walking, it's cheating. I don't think I burn as many calories crocheting as walking. If I had, that would be awesome, but I'm just fooling the watch. You're still learning all the neat crochet tricks. You love learning new methods. Well, I'm happy if I can share some of my wisdom with you and some of my small tricks, perhaps. Walk and crochet. Yes, I can walk and crochet. Just a few things I can do that though, like granny stitch, granny clusters, and I did practice making a bunch of scarves in a quite intricate pattern. And now the weather's actually, at the point where I can start crocheting and walking again, so I should do that. It has been way too cold for that. Freezing my fingers crocheting without gloves. No, that's and crocheting with gloves. That feels a bit tricky. Great challenge video idea. What, to crochet with gloves or to crochet and walk or both? See, now it's getting all fun colors. We're gonna get into these like blues and purples. So what are you in the mood for trying? Crocheting with gloves or crocheting walking? I know I can crochet and walk. So I already know I can do that. There's been times where I've been standing here in my living room watching YouTube, crocheting and kind of dancing at the same time because I was, dancing to something. When I feel like just sitting all day isn't a good thing to do and I need a break and I stand up and I dance instead. You do that at your booths? You stand and dance and crochet? That is a good thing though. It is neat that you crochet at your booths when you're doing market. I bet people are liking to see that, see you do stuff, not just seeing your stuff, but also that when you make them, get people interested to come and look at what you're doing. Okay, can we get a result soon? No, still interval acts with Celine Dion and or her songs. She did win for Switzerland, didn't she? Because they are in Switzerland now with the whole competition. And I think she won for Switzerland, so that's why they're featuring her in this interval act and her music and all of that. Makes sense. You've never been able to knit, spin, or crochet with gloves. You were foolish enough to try though, but you have tried. You have tried. That is, you know, big step. And now I will be doing another of those joins from the back, because I will be doing post stitches. That's what I didn't do here. I didn't do post stitches to start with. I did 3 rows of double crochets, but I will be starting post stitches straight away, like I have done here. So that's one of the things I didn't like, that I did this part here, because I liked this so much. So post stitches is what I'm going to do now. And we're starting with a front post and alternating. So front post, next will be a back post. And that's all I'm going to do this row. Front post, back post, front post, back post. You like to dance wild, crocheting wild, but wild also. Wild crocheting. Dancing while doing textile crafting is perfectly normal in your opinion. I agree. Exactly. That's what we said. It's always nice to see people do their crafts at craft shows. Indeed. So give me a result then. I know it's like half an hour left of the show, 25 minutes. So they have 25 minutes to announce all the result stuff, but just rip the band-aid off. And if you have missed what I'm doing, I'm watching Eurovision Song Contest semi-final one. I know that it is possible to see it from wherever you're at, because Eurovision has a YouTube channel, so anyone in the world that has access to YouTube can watch it. I don't think there's any restrictions anywhere really, unless, yeah, no, but everyone can watch it, which I think is really nice. The only thing you ever managed to do with the gloves is one tablet weaving. Well, weaving sounds, yeah, that you could do that with gloves. And also, I guess it depends on what type of gloves we're talking about. Are we talking about just thin, we call them finger gloves? Or are we talking like mittens, like more boxing gloves? Because that would be ridiculous, you know? Um, but I guess it's maybe something we should aspire to try. Crocheting and boxing gloves. Is that the next level something something? I don't know. You tried crocheting with compression gloves and that didn't work for you? Um, I know that there's a few people that use these more, I guess it's kind of a compression thing, but they're like fingerless, but with a bit over here and then more for the wrist, I guess, but they are shorter. Is that the type of glove you're talking about? That doesn't have like for the fingers, but they're still a little bit up on each finger, so it's like a cut off glove. Because I want to say that those could have some type of like, I don't know, compression or support at least. They look kind of tight. You have those and sometimes they work? Hmm. Yours has a bit more in the fingers. Oh, you think some people have cut them off longer? So that helps with the neuropathy, those type of gloves. Well, I'm happy if you still can crochet with or without support, if that's needed and you still can crochet, then awesome, right? Then they're doing what they're supposed to. Full fingered wool gloves. It was cold that day. Well, I can imagine. If you were using full fingered wool gloves, I would assume that it wasn't summer weather. I think this looks good, even though I have a extra row of increases here, but it's looking good. And this front post, back post kind of makes it a little bit more, I can't really say it's elasticy, but it's a little bit more flexible, or elasticy. I don't know. No, words. They're not coming to me at the moment. I'm missing out on words. Stretchy, thank you. That's a very descriptive word that I guess it was too easy to figure out that word today. It was one of them too easy ones because it made sense. Ah. And they work for your mom? That's good. So now we have gone all the way around and I will be, it doesn't really matter how I join this, to be honest, because I'm gonna do a front post on the front post anyway, but I'm doing the same type of join anyway, and then just so front post on front post and back post on back post. Simple. The color change happened just at the right point too. Hmm. Oh, look at the colors. They're so fun. Maybe I should remember to hydrate some. What do you guys think about that? So should you. Yes. Hydration. Thanks for the reminder. You also needed it. Well, yeah, I probably should have reminded myself a couple of times. I don't know. Do I still have Nightbot saying that we should hydrate? Because I know I ditched a couple of things. Nightbot was talking too much anyway. I don't remember. I also don't really read my own Nightbot stuff anymore because I already know what he says, but maybe I should pay attention. He did have a reminder to hydrate before. Maybe I need that one. I am basically a house plant. What do you mean? My house plants, they are kind of not getting enough water. Are you saying I'm not getting enough water? Uh, Perhaps that's the case. Well, we are, what is it? We have about the same, we are made up about the same amount of percentage of water as cucumbers. So we are basically just cucumbers with anxiety or something along those lines. It's a kind of funny joke. But cucumbers are 80% water, and I don't know if humans are 80% water, but somewhere I've read that we are, I guess, or close to it. So yeah, cucumbers with anxiety. I I can kind of agree to that in a way. Food and water are necessary from time to time, but you have coffee. I also have coffee. Not sure if it's wise to drink. Well, it's not that much left. It is 11:15 p.m. Eurovision is not over yet. I have to be up at 9:30. I want to say, so I have time to wake up before I need to go to the dentist. Yeah, I can at least finish the coffee. But now we're getting the result. Finally, we're getting a result. So 10 countries from the semifinal will be moving forward to the final. Hmm. Hello, Thrifty. How are you doing? So, how are you doing today, Thrifty? Norway to the final. I'm guessing JR has already gone to bed. If not, congratulations, Norway. Yeah, JR has been quiet for so long, so I would assume. Uh, I would assume that he has gone to bed. That explains the pickle patrol. The pickle patrol? What the pickle patrol? What what did I miss? Albania? Don't think it was a song I really liked, but congratulations, Albania. Oh, yeah, no, it was not a favorite of mine. She had a very high, yelly pitch note. I hope everyone is doing pretty good. So far, I haven't heard that many people complaining tonight. Sweden in final. Yep. No shock there, no surprise, because there's a big chance apparently that we're gonna win the whole thing. So of course we need to be in the final if that's what people want, you know. Oddballs is good, just hot. Yeah, you have good weather. Iceland. Yes, they had a good song. They had a good song. I liked Iceland this year. You've been busy running errands? Do you get to sit down and relax now? 8. Yeah, you don't have great weather. Oh, and for funsies, I don't know if you guys celebrate name days. We celebrate name days in Sweden. And, well, it is the 13th today. But yesterday, the 12th, was Charlotta, which is basically Charlotte, but the a Swedish worse version, I guess. My grandma, her middle name is Charlotte, and one of my middle names is Charlotta, which is the other one. So I don't know if I mentioned that, but it was our name day yesterday. So yeah, not just, a fun fact about the town name and my middle name, because I think I might have mentioned that before, but it was my name day yesterday for that name. Katrine, I want to hang out on your porch. Great, great temperature. 33. Yeah, I'm jealous. You're gonna be in Rose's neck of the woods this weekend in Halifax. Is that close? San Marino. That is a teeny tiny little nation. I don't even know if you guys have heard about San Marino. What do we have? Norway, Albania, Sweden, Iceland, Netherlands, Poland, and San Marino. And still a few more spots. That's only 4 hour drive away from you. Only 4 hours. Your neck of the woods, only 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't really call that my neck of the woods if it's that big of a difference, but I get it with the big distances you guys have. It's a bit different. Close enough, right? Estonia is in the final with a song about coffee. Espresso macchiato. Yep. Portugal. I don't even remember their song. 35-hour drive from you to Rosie. Yeah, I have a name day. My Amanda is the 26th of October. And then I don't remember the date for Anna, which is also a name of mine. And then the 12th of May was Charlotte. So yeah, I have three names: Amanda, Anna, and Charlotta. But what I want now, I want this one. That one is what I want. We have names in, like, it's in our calendars. So when I open the calendar, it says a few names. So I actually have not the coldest weather tonight. Didn't we see someone that had a little colder than I have? But yeah, I give me some warmth, please. I don't have that calendar in my phone though, but I can probably figure out what the Ukraine. Ukraine took the final spot. Good for Ukraine. Let's see. What's the names for today? Today's name day for a few more minutes because it is almost new day. We're got about half an hour left of this day. And today we have Linn and Linnea, which I know a Linn. I went to school with another Linn. And Linnea is also the name of Minimi's one of her cousins. And tomorrow we have Halvar och Halvard. That is really old names. I don't know anyone with those names these days. It's very Viking-esque names. And the day after that we have Sophia and Sonia. Those names are way more popular and way more common. But since we saw that we have Minimi's cousin's name day, I need to send her a text message because I would not have seen this if we hadn't looked at this. So now I did that. I don't have to feel bad about almost missing it, and therefore I can take some chocolate. How about caramel and roasted coconut dark milk? Thank you guys for helping out here. I also have pear and cardamom milk chocolate, and my favorite, mint candy cane milk chocolate, and what was the last one? Sea salt and dark chocolate. You have to research the name days. You'll take any excuse to celebrate life. I know name days are not, it's not a thing for a lot of countries, I want to say. But there's a bunch of like old names that has disappeared and more new names has been added. But there's always, almost always, two names every name day or every day. There's a certain few days that only has one for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. How many more choices got left in the crate? When are your name days? I don't know, Rita. When are your name days? Um, let's see. If I just look for Rita, do I get a name day? May 6th, Rita and Marit, the 6th of May. So you just missed it. So you need to celebrate that a little bit. Yeah, something. I want to say that there's a bunch of your names that should be here, but I know there's a few that's not going to have any. David, 25th of June. Um, Katrine, you will be sharing that one with Katarina and Katja, because that's, as similar as it gets. That's January 1st. Katrin, Katarina, Katja. Yeah. Um, so Rita's birthday is David's name day. That is cute. Liz, hello, hello. We are talking about name days. So if I look for something. Okay, so Rosie, I don't know if that's your actual name, but we're going for Rosie. And Rosie would be closest to Rosa and Rosita. And that would be the 2nd of July. So Rosa and Rosita and Rosie, that's, the same name type of family. So 2nd of July. Who else do we have in the chat? So Liz, that could be Elizabeth or something along those lines. And I know Elizabeth is a name in the Swedish name day calendar. So Elizabeth, if that's your name, I don't know, but you would be sharing it because it's Elizabeth or Lisbeth, 19th of November. Who else do we have here that I have a name of? Because I don't know if I have. So Andy, what could we? The more Swedish version. A different spelling because I know your name, but the Swedish spelling would be just Andrea, and that's July 10th. Suzanne, of course there's Suzanne. And that's also Susan and Susanna. August 11th is your day. August 11, Suzanne. So even though your names are not spelled exactly the same, it's, similarities, and that's usually how it is, because not everyone spells it like it is spelled in the name day calendar. So it's usually, as close as you can get. There's names that's not in here, newer names or other variations. So you just go to as close as you can get. Most people do that. It has become more and more of a thing to have more of a special spelling of names and whatnot. So, but you still get to celebrate. It's too hot to do laundry, so don't. Have an ice cream. Sit down and crochet. Yeah, send the heat here. Thank you. For sure, send the heat. So oddballs, I don't know if you're, sharing your name with people and whatnot, but I did see your email. So I have a name. Do you want me to tell you what date your name day would be? Just, giving you a date, or would that be? Because yeah, that's up to you. Or I can email you that if you want to. But all balls, that's all up to you. Because I know some people don't want to share personal details. So your name day is September 20th. Izzy, your name day, something close to what you have there, or because I'm not sure if your name is Isabella or something similar to that, but Izzy, yeah, you would be October 30th, because that's like Isabel and Elsa. That is your name day. Hobby needs work clothes, but then he can do the laundry. We can keep you company while you fold. You can listen if we're not too far away, I guess. Um, it's kind of fun that you guys have never heard about name days, and I get to share that little thing. To me, it's just like the most normal thing ever. But that's it's been a part of my life since forever, because that's just what we do here. We just make up reasons to celebrate. Name day celebrations is usually fika. That's what we do. We like to fika. We are Swedes. We like coffee and cake with friends. Do you blame us? I don't blame me. Your other name is November 19th. Yeah, I'm not even keeping track of my own name dates. But it's all good. I usually get text messages from my grandma. Happy name day. Like, oh, right. That was today. Well, some people do celebrate name days with gifts. But most of the time it is more of a, just cake, coffee, um, a reason to see people that you don't see as often sometimes. I guess it totally depends on how much you celebrate. There's people that do more gift type of thing. So, Minimi's dad, um, his family is a bit more of, gift giving. So he always gets a box of chocolate. It's not the most, it's not a gift in that way, but it's, a box of chocolate. Um, and anyone would be happy for a box of chocolate, right? So you don't really have to do a big thing. It can be flowers if you're into flowers. It could be chocolate, or it could just be, you know, spending some time together over a coffee. It's not like birthday celebration with a lot of presents, but some people do that too. For some people, that name day celebrations is bigger. Not what I'm used to though. You're off to bed. You're semi laying down instead of totally sitting up. Good night, Rita. You get yourself comfy and you fall asleep. And I promise, if you're planning to listen and falling asleep, I'm not going to talk about the poncho. So don't worry, you're not getting any spoilers. You don't have to worry, since I know that you're unconsciously listening, so you might get spoilers even though you don't know it, and then you're not aware, but you're aware. I don't know. Rosie, do you know any good yarn store in the downtown area of Halifax? It's your birthday this weekend, and hubby is taking you shopping. That sounds great. So, Rosie share the tea. Where is the yarn store in downtown Halifax area? You'll be out in the next 15 minutes, you think? Well, I hope so too, for you, that you get some good sleep. Well deserved rest. Look at the colors, you guys. Now we got the purple. Look at the nice gradual fade. We didn't even plan this, but look how good it looks. The greens to the turquoise to the, well, yeah, the turquoisey teal and then blue and the purple. Of course, it does look a little bit more sporadic on the other side, but here it looks like we planned this out. Ah, awesome. It's Andy's birthday on Friday. How are we celebrating you, Andy? What's the celebration plans? Are you going to be streaming or are you going to be busy, out and about with hubby, restaurant, or like what's the celebration plan? Do you know? Cedric refuses to celebrate his birthday because of past events. This gives you a new goal. What would be the new goal? You celebrate name days instead of birthdays? I'm not sure Cedric has a name day in the... It's not a common name. Oh, you didn't know how to crochet when you lived in Halifax, so you don't know if there's any good yarn stores? Probably aquarium and then movie and then stream. Sounds good. So that would be Friday night, Saturday morning for me. And I have mini-me, so that means I'll probably wake up early because she's going to wake me up early. So if you do a long stream, then at least I can come in and say hi to you when I wake up. I should be able to. Unless you stream short, and then I can't do that. So, yeah, the longer you stream, the bigger the chance that I can come in and say hi. Just saying. You have to go on a yarn venture. Well, you can probably Google something and find some yarn stores. Question is if they're good or not. That could be harder to tell. It's a great little city for artsy things. Well, that gives hope at least. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. This. I'm happy with the size. You have been Googling. You were just wondering if there was any preferences. Well, I hope that you find some fun yarn to squeeze. Because squeezing yarn is fun. So my plan today was not to sit here this long. I was like, I'm just gonna do a quick stream until Eurovision starts, and then I'm gonna watch Eurovision and go to bed, and because I have to get up early for the dentist. Well, not that early. And here I am 4 hours later. We kind of semi-watched Eurovision. Don't think you guys watched. You just heard a little bit of what I have said. And I finished the dress because that was what I wanted to do. So I did go and get more of the elastic band or the elastic thread. So now the dress is totally finished. That was my goal really for the stream. But now we're making an ice cream cozy and still hanging out. It just, more people kept finding us as the evening has progressed. So it's been awesome. I was not expecting this, to be honest. You want to get yarn for the Riptide Shawl make-along that Judy and Linan are launching on Thursday. Do you know what type of yarn is needed, so you know what to look for, or will you have to... Well, I'm guessing if they're launching on Thursday, the specs of yarn should already be out, right? So that you know what type of yarn you need, like thickness and whatnot. I just have to check since, yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I have two streams going, one vertical and one horizontal. So I do occasionally talk to people you don't see in the chat. At the moment, everyone seems to be chatty in the horizontal chat though. And barely anyone's watching on the vertical. But I do see more people coming in from the vertical, which is not surprising. YouTube seems to be liking that one, preferring to share it out. But you guys prefer the horizontal, so you be wherever you want to be. And chatting in the horizontal makes sense. We have found some new friends today, though. So I am happy about that. You need one full of Hank and 15 minutes of fingering weight. That is a lot of minis. Do you have like a color palette-esque thing going that you want to, like, do you have a vibe? Like purple, blue, and green shades, or like pink, yellow, purple? Like, do you have any kind of colors that you would go for? Or like all the colors of the rainbow? All neutrals? Because having 15 minis and one Hank, that's a few shades, right? Anything but blue. You're not a blue person? Blue and I are not friends. You'll celebrate the name day. You already declared him an unbirthday 6 months away. Unbirthday. 6 months away from his birthday. So, on the other half of the year, you're gonna do an birthday celebration. Anything to celebrate, but he doesn't want to celebrate his birthday, so okay, why not? He has a name day for his middle day. That is good. So you can celebrate that. I'm thinking, like, is there anything that is, Cedric? What name family is Cedric? I guess my first thought is Kevin, but I don't know if Kevin has a name day either. But Kevin is more common in Sweden, so you might find that, but it's still not the same. I hope you feel better soon, Izzy, and that you get to go home. Your hubby doesn't celebrate his birthday either. Well, I'm happy that he's willing to celebrate yours, to take you on a trip and take you shopping. At least he does that, right? Even though he might not want to celebrate his own, he's celebrating yours. Ah, slightly itchy. So, with this yarn and this hook being smaller, I'll need more rows to get to the same height as the other one. But it's fine. Also, the post stitches are not as tall as regular stitches, so that is also doing what it's doing. Like shrinking down on the stitches a bit. Oh, he celebrates yours because you make him. Well, it's not your fault that he doesn't want to celebrate his, and that shouldn't have to go out over you. Like, do you still give him gifts and stuff even though he doesn't want to celebrate? Like, do you do something special, like a dinner at least or something? Like, you don't want to celebrate, but you can still have a nice dinner at home. Something that is just an unwritten rule, I guess. The birthday kid decides what's for dinner. If that's restaurant, if that's McDonald's, it is what it is. But the birthday kid decides the dinner. That's a rule in this house. It's always been like that. That's what I grew up with. My mom did the same. You do what he lets you, and dinner is okay? That's good. You have the same rule for birthday dinners? I like that rule. Even though, for Mini-Me it's McDonald's. But McDonald's in the next town over because they have a better play area. That's how she decides on dinner for her birthday. Where's the best place to go play? McDonald's next town over. Kids have really easy decisions to make sometimes. I envy them. This year he wanted steak, shrimp, and loaded baked potatoes. Well, I guess that works. Steak and shrimp is not a combination I've ever tried. But I know you guys like surf and turf and stuff like that, which I guess is just not popular here. So I don't know. The closest thing I want to say that we have to surf and turf, or well, the seafoody and the steaky combination-esque thing, but it's actually eaten together. We do have a very creamy kind of mayo-based shrimp salad, and that shrimp salad is very popular to have on top of hot dogs. So hot dogs with shrimp salad, I guess would be the closest thing I can think of that we eat in Sweden to surf and turf, which is far away from the same thing. Hot dogs is gas station food. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about what we get at the gas station. Hot dogs with shrimp salad. Yeah. You had to search to find the portrait version of the live? Well, you can always go to my page. It should be available there too. I see that there's people watching there from time to time, and I see that there's been quite a lot of people that has come through that way. I have quite a nice, amount of thumbs up over on the vertical as well. But, yeah, the horizontal. There's a bunch of you guys here now. Like, we have 13 people in the house. I don't know who all those 13 people is because we have some great lurkers tonight. Hello to all the lurkers. And welcome, whoever you are. Hope you're having a great day. And thanks for all the thumbs up. Yeah, the colors are really pretty. Just really looking good. David is still here. Yeah, I really enjoy everyone's company here. And also, you're a great supporter, so you know that, right? It is a great feeling to hear that you like my work. I'm a great hostess. Thank you. It feels like this is taking a lot longer than the other one took. But we already talked about that. The stitches aren't as tall. I'm using a thinner yarn and a smaller hook, and so many reasons to why this is not working up as fast as the other one did. Doesn't matter though. I'm gonna continue until we finish. And that's that. I want to say that we have more stitches as well. We did an extra increase row. So there's more stitches on this than the other one. Which also makes a difference. For obvious reasons. It is a slightly splitty issue here. From time to time at least. I get some splitting, but I don't mind. It is slightly annoying, but this yarn is so fantabulous. I'll suffer for the art. This is looking too cute. And with the different hook size or different stitches, I don't have the same issue with the splitting. So many different reasons for things going the way they are. Just switching hook to another type of hook can make such a difference. Some hooks really glide good. Other hooks are very squeaky, depending on the yarn. I had that issue this morning. When I did the jellyfish, I do have two different colors of the tentacles, and the hook I was using was making squeaky noises and being a little bit, there was a little bit of a squeak or it kind of felt like it got stuck or sticking to it in a way. And that was only with one of the yarns, not both, for the tentacles. But then I switched to another hook and I had no issues at all. So hooks does make a difference. And both of them were metal hooks. Like I don't love using resin hooks on acrylics because that's, plastic on plastic kind of thing. Big risk of squeaky issues. In your tour video, you'll see a larger empty space in your room, just waiting for a big sit/stand desk for your knitting machines and an office chair. Oh, that sounds good. Watering plants now, but you're still here. Awesome. Can you come and water my plants too? It's going where my ball winder is sitting right now. Oh, that's cool. The new mama cat has decided the way to subdue the older kittens is to groom them into silence. Well, whatever works, works, right? So looking at the... Yeah, I'm halfway there. And I have done 7 rows. and that would be kind of up here on the other one, because all of the just double crochet rows are much taller than that here. But you do see the difference in the size of the stitches. A lot tighter over here than here. I want to say that we're probably going to get yellow up at the top, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we go through all the colors so that we have a yellow top though. That would be fun. Indeed it does. It looks nice. I very much agree. So, a conclusion from Eurovision. I want to say that the songs I liked, all of them went through to the final. I don't think I missed out on anyone. There might have been a song or two that I liked, but that didn't go through, but I don't think so. I think I heard all the songs I liked going through. I think. You don't know what's going on, and I'm guessing Doctors doesn't know what's going on either. So, will we get yellow again? That is the big question. I wouldn't say it's the $1,000,000 question, but I am curious. Because we have quite some yarn to go through, I think, before we get yellow again. But my curiosity is making me crochet faster. Are you like that? It's like, oh, a color change. Let's go crochet faster so we get there soon. And now I'm like, yeah, I want to see, do we get yellow before we finish this? Let's crochet faster to see if we get there. uh, it's so silly. I, I can't help but laugh at that. You dislike when your hook squeaks? Same. Same, same, same. It's like playing yarn chicken, you crochet faster. Yep, that too. Where did all the people come from? Hello, everyone. Whoever is in the scrap basket being all cozy. We have 17 people in the house. Who's all there? Thank you for hanging out. And even if you might not want to say hi, but maybe you can leave a thumbs up. Thank you. Please. And hugs. Yeah, no, I'm just being silly. I hope everyone's having a great day, whatever you're doing. I almost forgot that I already streamed earlier today for 2 hours. And now I've been here for 4.5, so total of 6.5 hours of stream today. uh, I feel like I'm back to normal again. I'm just feeling like myself, hanging out with you guys and having fun. This might not be a 8 hour, you know, stream all at once. I guess now I'm starting to chop them up and do a little bit of a stream in the morning and then in the afternoon and still the same time. I don't know. You're sorry you missed this morning's stream. You had to go shopping. That is perfectly fine though. You need to have a life as well. You can't, even though it's lovely to have you in chat all day, you have to do other things too. Adulting is needed once in a blue moon, and unfortunately that was today. It happens. Maybe next time. You know? Oh, are you trying to tie a knot on yourself? I'm not agreeing to that. Nope. Untie yourself. Nope. There you go. Knots are not so nice. It's going naughty on me here, I see. Naughty, naughty yarn. Switching over to the tablet, it is time to head out to work, and you guys are coming with you. Great. You drive safe and you wear a seat belt, and you're going to deliver food. Are you staying for a bit, or is it just like, no, you said you're gonna prepare the guest room as well. So food delivery, guest room, setting up, and then going back home pretty much? Is that your work plan for the day? And what time is it when you arrive at Miss G's place? It should be like afternoon-ish or dinner time maybe even. I'm gonna play around a little bit with a... No, not that one. Oh well. This is looking so much fun. I need some more chocolate. Yes. What chocolate am I going for? I'm taking that one. So dark chocolate with sea salt. Hello, Elaine. Welcome in. How are you doing? I have two live streams going, one vertical and one horizontal. And the horizontal is where all the chatting seems to be happening today. So I would suggest that you pop over there if you want to hang out in the chat with the chatty people. The vertical one seems to be very... YouTube seems to be sharing it out. There's more people coming in that way. But most of the chat is in the horizontal one. And you can find that one just by going to my page. It should be there. Easy to find. It is really interesting to see that we have way more people hanging out and staying for longer on the horizontal one. Uh, and on the vertical one, there's more people, I guess YouTube seems to be liking to share that one out way more. But the horizontal one's still the one that gets more likes, even though more people is passing through the vertical one. Really shows that the people that likes to hang out with me like the horizontal and gives me plenty of thumbs up over there. But yeah, that's also a thing with more people passing through. It's not I'm not for everyone. So just because there's more people getting, becoming aware of my existence doesn't mean that they like to stay. You think the chat is nicer to use on the other one though? No, but oddballs, everyone else is on the other side. That's what I said. Everyone's chatting on the horizontal one. Where you were. Hi, quiet peeps. Yes, there are some quiet peeps. I do agree. You were in the right chat. It was Elaine that came in that I suggested that she come and join on the chatty side. Where you already were. So it's all good. Yeah, you're back. You'll get there about 5:30, serve dinner about 6, and then you're going to be done for the night. But you'll be lurking and driving. Well, drive safe and wear a seatbelt. That goes for everyone that is out and about driving. Anytime ever, really. We have seatbelts on the buses here. I like that. At least the ones that's leaving town. We have buses that's just like going around in the city here. They don't have seatbelts. But when I go to read, I have seatbelt on the bus. Which I like. It is very nice that we have that, because accidents do happen. So I'm seeing more and more of the fade back to the other colors. I don't know if you can tell, but we're the colors that we have here, we will be fading back to through them. So we're going the same way but the opposite. I think you can see that here too, that we have all these fun colors and then the yellow and then the fun colors. You don't have any sorts of buses here. Well, then it's a bit trickier. If you don't have any buses at all, then the discussion whether they should have seat belts or not is kind of not very useful, right? Which is sad, but I get that they can't be all over the place. And if you're in a very rural area, then probably is better to just have your own car. You have school buses though, but the school buses don't have seat belts. The school buses have here has seat belts. Sweden has always been a little bit in the forefront when it comes to car safety in that way. Volvo, um, I want to say Volvo was like one of the first cars that had seat belts, if not the first. And Volvo is Swedish, so yeah, it's been a big part of the auto industry here to just safety. We can tell that also when it comes to child safety in the cars. Sweden is a lot more, I can't, strict is not the right word, but we are more of, there's other standards and rules of how um, children should be traveling in cars, even compared to the rest of Europe. Sometimes I do get not scared, but I'm like, people not thinking. Yes, Volvo was first. So I was correct on that. Um, but it is a very popular discussion here. When you're traveling with children and you're going abroad to any country really, like even just Southern Europe, like how do you keep your children safe in the car? Because if you book a taxi and like, oh, I need a car seat or a booster seat, like I need a car seat for my child, you're gonna get a front facing one for children that is really small, which the recommendation here is to not turn the children before the age of 4, preferably not until they've actually grown out of every possible car seat there is. There's children here that is backwards, you know, was it rear facing? Backwards until they're 12. Um, but I think most children are commonly switched to forward facing car seats around the age of 7. And I think a lot of you guys are being like, we don't even have backwards facing car seats for children after they've been in the little baby car seat, which, yeah, to us that's crazy. You should see how they do in Mexico. No such thing as a car seat. Mom would hold a newborn as she rides on the back of a motorcycle. Exactly. And then I sit here and tell you that we don't really switch to forward facing car seats until our children is like 6 or 7 years old. I bet that some of you guys are like, really? You've never heard of such thing. But that's how we do things here. So there's always a big discussion here, like, oh, I'm going to Spain for family vacation. How am I going to do it with car seats? Like, is there any car seats I can get that is backwards facing? And, Spain, be like, no, bring your own. People here bring their own car seats to other countries because there's nothing that they can borrow. But it is safer. Children has weak necks. They are not developed enough, and uh, backwards or rear facing, it's safer even for adults in case of a collision, but our our bodies can handle it a bit better. children's head are really heavy and their necks are not strong enough, really. Canada has pretty strict car seat laws, not as much as Sweden, but still fairly strict. So what would you say is fairly strict if it's not as much as Sweden? I'm curious. Here you also, as a child, cannot sit forward facing. Um, well, you need to have a booster seat, but you are not allowed to sit in a front seat until you're 135 centimeters tall. Booster till age of 8. Well, yeah, booster is definitely until 12 here. Um, rear facing till the age of 2. Well, better than some other countries, because there's places that doesn't even have rear facing car seats other than, the little baby um, carrier car seat. Height is the same rule for front seats, so 135 centimeters. That's good though. Everyone got quiet. They're like, no, this is scary topics. Ages are rough estimates, actually based on weight. Well, weight is recommendations, just as because there's, the car seats here, you have to have a certain weight to be able to use them. So if you're not tall enough or you don't weigh enough, you can't switch to the forward facing ones. Because forward facing ones, the children are too small for them here. With the recommendations that are on those. And they are actually building bigger and bigger car seats to accommodate for even, being able to sit for as long as possible. More leg space, more everything. So yeah, there's just more and more um, options available to fit larger and larger children here. But that's also because it's requested here, because we want our children to sit backwards, or yeah, rear facing, and also comfortable. Many people think that, oh, it looks like they don't have enough leg room, we better switch. No, they just have to sit with their legs crossed, because it's easier to fix a pair of broken legs in case they get broken in a collision than, you know, whatever accidents could happen with a heavy head and a not so strong neck. Um, it's it's easier to fix a pair of broken legs, and that is how people think here. So even if it looks like they're uncomfortable, well, cross-legged, it's not as bad as you think. Bye bye, oddballs. You have a great rest of your day. How many plants do you have, Andy? Have you watered them all yet? Or do you live in a greenhouse? Do you have plants all over the place? Or did you find another fun side mission too? Are you cleaning out a cupboard? Are you sorting your spice rack? Are you making sure your forks and spoons are organized properly? You finished, okay. Just checking. I know how I am when I clean. All of a sudden I'm standing there like organizing spices by alphabetical order or, you know, wiping out whatever crumbs is in the bottom of the drawer where all the utensils are. On your deck and your garden beds. And you ate a bagel. That is good. Eating is good. I think we might not get to the yellow. Looking at it now, I am actually not so sure we get yellow. Because it looks like we have quite some of the green and the blue. And I don't think we're gonna do that many more rows. Because then it's gonna be too tall instead. And I want some type of decorative top as well, even though we have a lot of fun colors going and this ribbing is kind of a lot as it is. I don't want it to be all. I want something more. But I probably should check on the height of it to see if we are getting closer to. So I can probably get away with another row of these stitches that I am doing. I'm just gonna squeeze them together. So that's the difference at this point. So at least one more row and then something fun, because I did single crochets and back loop only and then crab stitch. So maybe that's what I'm gonna do. But should I do a double crochet round only in between? I don't know. Maybe single crochet in back loop only is enough, or maybe half double crochet in back loop only to get a little bit of a difference. You get distracted and you're cleaning a bit, but it's all good because you ate. And somewhere in everything you're probably gonna have to prep for a live stream later and all of that fun stuff. So should be fine, right? Speaking of, I still haven't had dinner. I was asking about that earlier, like give me suggestions for dinner. And that still hasn't happened. Dogs want to play now? Yay, puppy play. I even, I had chips and dip that I was gonna have when I was watching Eurovision. That didn't happen, but I guess I can save that for the Friday, no, the Saturday Eurovision final instead. I don't need that today. Oh wow. Time flies when you're having fun, and I clearly forget eating and other things. But you guys are important. So, priorities, right? Or maybe we're getting yellow. Look, we're getting into the green now. Maybe we're getting yellow. That would be awesome. It's gonna look so fun. So I am kind of thinking here. I need to really think this through. Since this is an ice cream cozy, of course, giving this would also require it to have an ice cream inside of it, right? And that's going to be tricky because I'll be traveling by bus. I need to figure out if and how I can transport ice cream and how long of a distance I need to take it without it melting. I might need some cooler bags, maybe. A cooler bag, possibly. Do I have one? I don't know. I need to investigate. We're getting yellow. I can clearly see that now. Yay. Crafty Gypsy, welcome back. What are you up to? Are you having fun today? Are you having a good day? Thanks everyone for all the thumbs up. Really appreciate it. Your niece rode in backward facing car seats until they were 5. You took you took the car seats with you wherever you traveled? Yeah, something that is very interesting that there's different standards and classifications on car seats. So even if the Swedish car seats have higher standards and different testings and whatnot, they're not valid to be used in the US because apparently you have other standards and classifications, and the Swedish ones are not okay according to your regulations, even though ours are more secure. I think that's a bit weird and slightly hilarious, to be honest, because I think it's so stupid. But yeah, that's just a side note. Um, okay, so I think this is what we're doing. Either single crochets or half double crochets. No, we're doing single crochets, and then we can do another row of single in the back loop. That's what we're doing, I think. Or are we doing half doubles, single crochet in the back loop? That could be fun. Half double for a row, and then single in the back loop. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Because this way, it's not yarn eating per se, but it is going to use a little bit more yarn than a row of single crochets, which means we're going to have more yellow at the end. So we're going to use the left or the last green to get to the yellow, or at least the orangey bits. Good plan. You know, people back in the day in the States didn't even use car seats. Your in-laws are always so confused. about that people use car seats now, but they didn't in the past. Yeah, I still hear that. Um, 'Cause yeah, it was for sure different when I was a kid. Things change for sure over the years. But it's like with everything. New technology, things change. Stuff develops, we evolve, we all grow and move forward. You always just rode in the back of the truck and that. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, my dad lives in the countryside, and when we got out on his gravel roads, just, some back roads, I got to sit in his lap and, you know, have my hands on the steering wheel and kind of drive, you know. Um, and these days, like, no, kids needs to have car seats left, right, and center. Like one of my dad's cars that didn't even have car seats. He still has cars with no car seats because they're old cars. They don't have to have car seats by law because they didn't have car seats way back when, and you don't have to put it in old cars like that. But you can't register new cars without a car seat. So or seat belts, not car seats. Seat belts is what we're. Yeah, that's the word. So I've been riding around in cars with no seat belts half of my life, and there's nothing odd with that really. It's just not common anymore. And there we go. Attach there, and no, we're doing one of those again. Attach from the back to get a neater join. And single crochet in each back loop, and then I'll crab stitch next row, and then we're finished. Yes. Your mom delivered newspapers and you sat on the bales of newspapers in the van. No seats. Well, that sounds kind of cozy. Well, I did talk about it a little bit earlier. The trips to Norway as a kid when they tucked me in on top of all the like grocery and the packing in the back of the Tahoe. There was no car seats. There was no seat belts. There was no nothing. I was just, pillow and blankets on top of food in the trunk. Night night. So there was a big difference between now and then and now and then. Things are getting more strict, regulated, and whatnot compared to what it was many years ago. Yeah, this is looking so fun. Fun colors. Yeah, it is turning out really cute. Have you been here the whole time, Linda, or what have you been up to? because you have been quiet, but I totally get it if you are just enjoying listening and have your hands busy. I'm just curious. Did you do something else as well? I don't remember when you first popped in and said hi, but I've been here for 5 hours, so I totally get if you've been, in and out. Like with the most of you. Andy's cleaning and doing other things. People really often come and go. And they're always surprised that, like, oh, you're still here. Yes, I am still here. Nothing really odd about that. Other than the fact, I guess it's been a while since I had the opportunity to hang out with you guys as I have today. I did have Mini-Me for 2 weeks in a row instead of the regular 1 week, so I feel like I need to catch up some and hang out. And now we have gone all the way around. Now the fun part of the most epic stitch ever, or not. Oh, we're just jumping in here. And wait, what? No, she's not blocked. She is not. But I'll double check, because that's not okay. So why is it being silly? I did see her message. Oh wow, that was bright. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Why is that? Okay. I'm getting messages that Stacy can't chat in the chat. Stacy, if you can hear me, have you tried both the vertical and the horizontal? Because you can message on the messenger, if you can hear me, that is. And all of a sudden I needed to cough. So I'm gonna see if I can work around it somehow. You can tap the emojis, but it's not allowing you to type. So I'm gonna do something here. Give me a second. Because I know people has had issues in the past with stuff not working out the way we want them to work out. But I'm gonna do this and try and see if this solves the issue. So Stacy, I have not added you as a moderator. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what but you're not blocked and you should now have a wrench. So try and refresh or something and maybe that works. I don't know. But I'm trying to do what I can do and I figured that that might overwrite anything. See? Okay. You are here. Welcome. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So that worked. Well, whatever works, works, right? So how are you doing? How are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, let's get that out of the way. It is... Well, I've seen in other chats that there has been issues. I have no idea how or if or when they solved it, but I just figured that it was worth a try to do this. 'Cause, well, of course we want you here. So we figure stuff out. And it's not like I have stuff set to 18 plus or something, and you should be able to be here anyway, because I would assume that your YouTube account is set to an age over 18. Just, my assumption, maybe, but you have been able to chat before also, which makes it even weirder. Dinner is served, and they are set up to watch old home movie memories. That sounds awesome. So you have set up the guest room and whatnot also? That was quick. You thought you done something wrong? No, 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 no. You have not done something wrong. Trust me. I am very, very, I tolerate a lot. There's only a certain few people on my block list. To be honest, there's 2 people on my block list, and then there's a few trolls. And I'm talking proper trolls, like Jesus loves weird stuff. And there's like 10 Jesus loves something. But there's only 2 people. I am not at all, uh, as long as you don't do anything to piss me off, I have no reason to get rid of you, you know? So I barely have any issues here. There's rarely something happens. And if something happens, I deal with it. But that's usually never a reason to block people. Um, that's just me, not me. And you really have to do something stupid to get on that list. That's just how it is. The request for tomorrow is Japanese themed dinner including soba noodle soup, teriyaki chicken, tempura shrimp, spinach salad with sesame dressing, and steamed rice. That sounds like I need to come over for dinner. Yeah. Yeah, it looks planned. It looks planned. We didn't plan it. Um, but it does look planned. I do agree. And I'm loving it. But now we're just having fun with crab stitch, which is crocheting backwards. It's not a favorite stitch of mine just because it's kind of awkward to crochet backwards. But it does give an awesome finish. And then I'm just sewing in yarn ends. And then this project is finished. You get the feet trolls? What feet trolls? They want feet pictures? Is that the type of feet trolls we're talking about? Yeah, you drive safe and don't forget the seatbelt. They're asking you for feet pics. Hey, if people are asking for feet pics, I'm honestly not gonna not lying. Become a member. There's a foot pic for my members available from when I was on the balcony yesterday. I did take a picture of my legs and my feet. So if if people are into that, I'd be like, okay, become a member. There's a picture available. Right? And that was just me like, I'm enjoying the sun, crocheting on the balcony. I had a glass of pink bubbly and some crochet. I'm not even kidding. I wasn't even thinking of that, and now you're talking about it. So okay, if you get feet trolls, send them over. Tell them to become a member. There's feet pictures for my members available right now. I can share more as well, but I'm just really. Oh, that's the best thing I've ever heard. I just have nail trolls. That it's actually friends. Well, I did have a comment on my video or my live stream from this morning. Where are your nails? They're still here. They're just short. So now I get complaints that I cut my nails. Oh well. Oh well. They're gonna grow out. I had two nails that was short, so it just started to look weird, and they were too long. I was crocheting slow. It's just they had to go. They're gonna grow back. No worries. But I get complaints that I cut my nails. Yep. And I have feet pictures. Yeah, that this is just turning out to be a very great evening. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm going up early to the dentist, I would consider getting myself some pink bubbly because that would be fun. And I can do that because I don't have the kids at home now. The thing is, you guys are like, oh, it's in the middle of the week, blah, 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 maybe, possibly. But for me, my weekend started Sunday. Sunday for me is Friday because that's when Big Kid left. So Monday for everyone is Saturday for me because that's the next day with no kids. So technically for me it's Sunday now, even though it's Tuesday, because I don't have the kids, right? Well, you can see my foot pic, Andy. Do you think they would be happy about it? My members, it was in the community post. Yep, I I was more worried that I'd probably offend someone. Like, oh, I'm gonna lose members for this. And now you're telling me that there's people actually hunting for pictures like that in your chat? I might gain members. Wait, no, I'm just kidding. Is this a dress you're making or is the title wrong? I was working on a dress. Did I put that? Yeah, okay, so I finished the dress. That's why I put the title. The dress is finished. Um, so the title was right at the beginning of the stream. Right now I'm making an ice cream cozy for like a Ben and Jerry's ice cream thingamabob. Because you fit a Ben and Jerry's in this, and then since it's like it's back post, front post, it's thicker, you don't get as cold hands. Yes, the dress with the elastics, exactly. I went to get more elastics for that reason. The um, the store, the yarn store, or it's actually a fabric store. Um, they were closed yesterday, so I couldn't get more elastic yesterday. But today, when I went to the dentist, they were open, so I went there and got the elastics. So the dress is finished. That's what we started the live stream with, finishing the dress. After I finished the dress, I was working a little bit on the lava poncho, and then we decided to make this one because I have a birthday party to attend Saturday, um, and I made a birthday present for a 4-year-old whose birthday is tomorrow. Well, technically today, I am past midnight. Uh, so her birthday present was made this morning stream, and Mother's birthday is on Friday, so it's a joint birthday party. So Mother loves ice cream, so I'm making ice cream cozy for like a Ben and Jerry's-esque type of container. Because she's got the biggest sweet tooth out there. So it made sense. And we are also kind of color coordinating the gifts. Kind of on purpose, but happy accident also. You shall see. Now when I have tucked away yarn end, ABD is back. And are you home yet? You must be home from work about now, I think. Eurovision was good. Eurovision was great. So here we go with ice cream cozy for like a Ben and Jerry's with all of these fun yellow, orange, green, tealish blue, darker blue, purple. Awesome, right? And the birthday present for the 4-year-old is a jellyfish with yellow and purple and all these colorful flecks, which is very similar in color. So I think I did a good job, but you guys helped very much. The people that was hanging out with me this morning were helpful and decided the colors for the tentacles for the jellyfish. And now you guys got to pick the colors for the ice cream cozy. So it's all a very collaborative gift. Futurum Crochet, Futurum Crochet. Hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I am guessing that you are over there. Yes, you are. So, for funsies, I have 2 live streams going at the same time. The vertical live stream, where I see that you are in the chat. If you go to my channel, you will also find a horizontal live stream if you prefer that. But the chat over there is where all the people likes to hang out. So you are very welcome to come and hang out there and get to know all the other people as well. Yes, how was the thing? You watched your son play in his band? How was it? Proud mom moment for sure. Awesome. Very nice. No, I did not try your chat app because I figured out how to do it in Streamlabs. So I just had to push a button and it was all good. So I did not need to do that. It's already, yeah, it was sorted. I just missed out a place where I could press a button. So I have everything in the same place now. However, it is a little bit confusing with it tells me where everyone is, chatting from. So if I had multiple sources I was streaming to, like StreamYard, no, like YouTube, Twitch, all of that, it would tell me where everyone's watching from. But since everyone's watching from YouTube, I can't tell if it's from the horizontal or the vertical Yeah, it's all merged in Streamlabs. But I can't tell from which chat it's coming from, so I have to keep an eye on that anyway. But I figured that out, how that works anyway, so it's all good. It's all good. It's just not as easy as I thought it would be, since it's all just saying it's sourced from YouTube. But it's good. It looks good. It works. I'm happy. Can we squeeze the tentacles in this one? I don't know. It looks a little bit tight, but it's kind of like an intrusive thought, you know? Can we fit it in here? Because it does make me think about a hot air balloon. So now we have a hot air balloon basket, right? Well, I have multiple cameras in Streamlabs, even though haven't set it up for the vertical one. So if I switch now, we might have a very weird. Um, I don't pay anything, but let's for funsies try and do this. I might have to change some settings, but I don't know what face cam looks in the vertical one. Yeah, see, you don't really see me. How can we fix that? We can fix that like this. I can move me to there, maybe, possibly, like so. Is that a good look? Maybe. Hey, everyone. Um, but for the horizontal one, I also have this one, which looks really weird on the other stream. Let's just sort that out a little bit. I guess we're gonna have different views for the different streams. And we do this for that one. It is what it is. So that one looks like this. That one looks like that. Okay, and okay. So all of that is sorted. So I have two cameras. I do have a camera over there. Hello, hello. And then I have a camera over here. So I have two cameras. And I'm not using any phones. I have two actual cameras. But enough with that. We're looking down. We don't look at my face now. We're done looking at my face. But that's an option I do have. You always let intrusive thoughts win these days. Great. You're paying a fortune for StreamYard. You're not using it anymore, so you're canceling. Yeah, I totally ditched that. You still can't go live directly through YouTube? That is weird, though. I'm happy you enjoyed, Linda. Are you running away now? That is perfectly okay. You know, I've been here for a while. I've been here for 5.5 hours now, and I was here for 2 hours this morning. So that's fun. Um, I don't get, like, why can't you go live straight into YouTube? Not that it really makes a difference. But I'm not paying for Streamlabs. I could pay for Streamlabs. I think I'm streaming in 720p, and if I paid a little bit, I want to say it was less than StreamYard, the lower one. I could stream in 1080, and maybe I'll do that at some point. I would like it to be so that, like, whatever is coming in from YouTube is at least covering the costs, if that makes sense. So, um, that I would love to give more back, and I would love to invest in the channel, but for that to happen, something needs to come in for something else to come out, if that makes sense. And ad revenue it's not that much. It is what it is. Full-time job? Yeah, it can be. Is this enough? I don't know. I might have to do something more, even though this is nice. It's annoying the heck out of you. But we need to talk about that and see what's going on behind the scenes. and see if we can figure something out. See, they're exactly the same. We didn't even look at that. They're pretty much exactly the same. They are standing next to each other, and I'm just pinching them together. That one's tiny bit taller. Customer support could possibly help. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. It's a possibility. Not surprised you're the top chatter from the last stream. You didn't stop typing or spamming the hearts. That is true. But I haven't changed it today, so from this morning stream, there was probably someone else, I think. No, or wait. Yeah, no, I changed it last night or yesterday. Well, before I did go live. So it could be someone else because it's not only counting from yesterday, it's actually counting from all the previous live streams. So it's counting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and now. And just refreshing that page. You're still on top. Really, Stacy, you are in the lead by one sentence. One message. You have messaged 214 messages. And Katrine has 213 messages over this period. And David is on a good third place on 139 messages. At least you won something. Well, as long as you keep typing, you're fine. Well, when Katrine finishes driving and she's back home, she might catch up. I'm just kidding. Andy is number 4, 106 messages. Okay, Stacy, you picked one up. You now have 215, and Katrine has 213. I'm just being silly, I know. No, it's a Nightbot. Nightbot is keeping track on stuff like that. Nightbot is my friend of the analytics and geeky stuff. You a chatterbox, how nice. Well, you have been here every live stream and you say something at some point to someone. You know, you get there when you do that. Nightbot doesn't like you. We need to sort stuff out. We can help each other. This hot air balloon, though. I need to squish the tentacles in better this time in this hot air balloon. See? Oh, it's so adorable. I just had to. It's just too cute. Yeah, how's the parachute, David? That is a good question. That is a really good question. Squish, squish. Okay, so 1 o'clock. Is it bedtime for me yet? I would say it is. I know it's gonna take me at least an hour to just unwind and get myself ready for bed because I'm always never able to sleep after hanging out with you guys. I always need some cool off time. But it is what it is, right? So wrapping it up is what we need to do. They look cute together, they do. Have you finished driving yet? No typing and driving, I hope. Or you stuck at a red light? I guess I could be fine with that. Your red lights take forever, so I've heard. Not like they do here. You are not able to go live tomorrow, so you might go on in a bit. That sounds good. So you might start early and go live soon. Sounds good. So, and Andy's going live later. But yeah, yeah, it's time to say goodnight. No, wait, we were talking about the dress. That I actually started the dress during this live stream and I finished it, right? So we need to look at it. So what I did put elastic. This elastic, it's elastic thread. Uh, and I put that in all the way through, down to, well, this I did yesterday, no, Sunday, and then I added some more now when I had more. So now the whole top part has the elastic. And then I have still the cute little drawstring with the hearts. And there's the elastic in the straps up at the top to just give them a little bit of a better shape. So it has a really nice and snug fit now. And you can definitely tell that this, you know, it looks like something you could buy at the store with the elastic things. I have plenty of dresses that has this type of elastic. It does have a different look on the inside, but you know, I made it by hand. I slip stitch crocheted with this, where did it go now? It is somewhere. Elastic thread on the inside, so you can't see it from the outside. And now I have this very stretchy, very form-fitted sundress. Good night, Suzanne. Hopefully David's gonna get a few hours of sleep. Well, I hope you get some good rest. Yes. Andy has another 3 more hours before she plans to go live. Yes, hello to all the scrap basket people. And all the ends are sewn in and all of that. I did sew in all the ends of the dress. It is, it ends a little bit over my knee. I did sew all the ends before going live, so I only did the last rows of the elastic thread on the live. That's what I did. And yeah. We have this little cute edge. It's all finished. I have said that I'm gonna try and find some help, you know, call a friend to help me take some pictures so you can get to see what it looks like. You know, properly get to see what it looks like, because I don't know if I can manage to take some good pictures wearing it. So we shall see. You know, call a friend is probably very needed for this. Oh, you're waiting for a train to pass? So, yes, stuck at a railroad crossing. I'm fine with you texting at that point. Yeah, the colors are really fun. The slip stitch with elastic thread on the inside is very clever. Are you saying we wind you up? Yes, you kind of do. No. But it's not like it's, you know, unwinding with you. It's just me being me, and then I have to calm down. That's what it's like more. But that's pretty much the whole dress as it is. Very nice, cute, form-fitted. It looks really small like this. It's like, yeah, I'm not this small. I'm not that tiny. but it is very stretchy, so that's good. Am I okay if you add me as a mod? I am. I am. Yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with that if you feel like you want to. Um, I appreciate that you ask first. That's, I'm that type of person that I'd rather not just, throw a wrench at people. I do prefer to ask for that permission. In this case, you couldn't chat, so we had to try this out. So I'm sorry I didn't ask you first. I was just trying to troubleshoot. If you don't want it, then I can, we can sort something out. But um, you needed to be able to chat, right? So it's all good. It's all good. So far, it's the mods here don't really have to do much. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. And like ABD is busy working. I'm not expecting her to sit on top of my chat all day when she's working. Right? She does whatever she feels like. Perfectly fine. I love you all. It's been awesome. As always. Love you all. Good night. Bye bye. I see you soon. I hope in the YouTube streets or all over the place. But now I need sped, and probably you guys as well. So hugs, kisses, sweet dreams. Night night.